Tope tutorial. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Lọ́nà èyí yóò ẹ̀yìn kan.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, depending on your geographical location. Welcome to today's broadcast. Thank you for joining us. This is our second broadcast in respect to this segment. We'll be bringing in our panel, our host, which is Adanma and Tope. Also, they are the one that will have to bring us up to speed as to what we will be discussing about this evening. Welcome, Tope and Adanma. The floor is now yours, please. Thank you for joining us and thank you for accepting to do this program with us. Thank you, and I yield the floor to you people. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. This is your girl, Tope. We want to first and foremost apologize for the late transmission of this broadcast. We'll get ready. Shout out to everyone watching us and listening, and to my family on the comment section. We really appreciate your being part of this broadcast. So infidelity happens in some relationships at least once throughout its life cycle, and dealing with the aftermath, lies, betrayal, and trauma is what we want to openly discuss today, because this really exists in our community. Today we'll touch on reasons for stepping out of one's relationship, dealing with emotional pain and healing process, and then finally the survival of the relationship post infidelity. Having these sorts of conversations by sharing experiences may provide a better understanding on why such happens, and dealing with this instead of blaming oneself or feeling alone. I'll start with reasons for stepping out. When the spark in the relationship gradually fades, and partners rediscover and grow apart, this is a a major reason. Um, you've been in a relationship, it could be a marriage or just a relationship, and you're going down 10, 15 years, you find out that your goals, aspirations in life as partners just change, and this can be a fundamental reasons why couples actually fall apart. I'll summarize these reasons, and while we keep the conversation going, we'll come in and out and just throw more light on this. Sex will also be a factor. With age, we all know, females or male, we all have libido issues with age, and sex can actually be a major reason why one partner decides to step out. If you're getting a much younger partner, and in this case, I'm not referring to a particular gender. It could be either gender, it could be a male or a female. If you're finding a younger, more energetic partner outside who's willing to do stuff your partner at home isn't willing to do, this can be a major reason also why one wants to step out, getting what you're not getting from the home front, and you find a kind of succor in someone outside your relationship to give you that comfort. I'll look at the aspect of actually dealing with emotional pain and healing process when it comes to infidelity. This is a time when you have to consider both parties trying to work on forgiveness, and this is when spiritual role come in, either getting succor from your pastors, your imam, or even a therapist is will be quite helpful. A few house rules before I come back after handing over to Adama. Again, this session isn't intended for bashing any gender. Infidelity does exist within our community. We try to shy away from it, and it can be from either gender. So this is not a session for you to come in here and bash any gender. We'll want everyone to remain respectable. There's no right or wrong answer. And for privacy reasons, we will be broadcasting this segment of the show off camera, just to kind of allow everyone coming in to be a lot more comfortable to share their views. Adama.
Yes, thank you, Tope. Good evening, our viewers all around the world. My name is Adanma, and I'm here with Tope and Pastor Electricity. Thank you guys for having us. Once again, we want to apologize for starting off the show late. Um, we're sorry about that. Today we are going to be talking about a topic that affects us in the African community. We want to focus mainly on us, the African community, no other culture, but specifically for us in the African community, we are going to be talking about infidelity, lies, and betrayal in a relationship. So, like Topa said, we have a few rules. We want people to be respectful in the comment section. Please, no cuss word. And this segment is going to be run with people coming in with their camera turned off. We don't expect anybody coming in to join the panelists to have their camera on. We want you guys to please respect our rules. And when you're coming in, as the moderator is going to bring you in, please, we'd like you to turn off your camera. We want to cater to the audience who wants to maintain their privacy and as well want to have air their opinion and at the same time maintain their privacy. So while we are going to discuss this, we want to be respectful Nobody's coming in here to talk down on women or men. We're here to have a conversation so we can all learn from each other. So I applaud you all to keep an open mind. Let's not be judgmental and let's listen to one another because you never know what you can learn from someone's story. So without us delaying the process, can we all start? Are you guys ready? Okay.
Right on.
All right.
Thanks again. May I buttress the what Adama said in terms of the camera, the rules of the platform in respect to turning camera on during broadcast still stands. However, in respect to this particular segment, exception is made for particular reasons. We are trying to do something about it and to work out something to see how it's going to go. So you are required not to turn on your camera when you're on the platform, but when you're in backstage, you will have to turn on your camera so that I can identify you for legal reasons. So when you brought on the front into the main platform, you are required not to turn on your camera, but when you're backstage, before you are bring into the platform, uh, you will have to turn on your camera. Thank you. I yield the floor back to you, ladies. Thank you.
Electricity, before you go, so Papa, are you ready to start bringing in anybody if we have anybody at the backstage? I can't hear you're muted.
Nobody yet in the backstage, but you can start with your monologue, and once you start, then they'll come in. Thank you very much. Did you hear me?
Yes, I heard what you said. I said before you
Yeah.
go, could you please since we have nobody here, you can you weigh in on what we just touched on? We're going to start first with infidelity. So, what is your opinion on infidelity?
Oh, I wonder why you're starting with me. I mean, okay, listen, you see, the issue of infidelity, I mean, by definition, is an unfaithfulness to a spouse, so the person's spouse. But in preparing for this broadcast, question keep coming to my mind as to which utmost infidelity, lies, or betrayal. And I keep wondering as to uh, most, I would say most, a great percentage of separation and divorce is as a result of infidelity. But Anna said, if that is the case, how about lying? How about those who lie? Because you often start with lie. Why don't we separate or divorce as a result of that lying and betrayal? I mean, we forgive each other for lying. Why don't we? So the issue of infidelity has been from time memory, and this is not about the man or the woman. It's not about quantity or how many times somebody has done it. A one-off thing is a one-off thing. So how we deal with it is now another issue that we have to now look at. So, but like I said, that is my own view on it. I view lying more hurtful than even infidelity. That is my own personal position where I stand. Thank you. I give the floor back to you.
Thank you very much. I wanted to say, I know you've heard this phrase, Tope, you've heard it too. This phrase that all men cheat. I do not agree. Yeah, I do not agree with that phrase because I believe that all men don't cheat, you know, and I believe that there's something called self-control. You should be able to control yourself, you know. So, what I want to discover with this conversation is when you hear a man stepped out, and we need to acknowledge this too. A lot of our women too cheat. It's not just on the men, women as well cheat. Matter of fact, women cheat more than men. There was a research I read, and it says women, particular married women, cheat more than men. So when you hear that, how does that make you feel when you hear that? For me, I'm like, married women? What? Something is wrong. So, Tope, what will you say regarding that?
Well, Adama, in my opinion, when it comes to cheating in our society, it has kind of become like a norm to be normal. um to hear that men are cheating. It's like a cultural thing that men are like to have, are allowed to have side chicks, more wives, but it's like a taboo to be heard, that a woman is out there stepping outside her relationship, and that's why you find women being extremely coded. Men just take it that is a normal situation to just it's actually fine for you to just cheat, be seen with a side chick, or have extra wives. But it's like I mentioned, it's a taboo for women to be seen, so women look for ways to actually try and be coded. So it's actually difficult. I won't lie, it'll be hard. It's harder for you to actually catch a woman, in my opinion. And it's just, again, because of the society we find ourselves in.
So, if I'm listening to what you're saying, when you say it's harder to catch a woman cheating, are you said that we've mastered it as women? They say what a man can do, a woman can do it better. Just kidding. So,
No,
will you say we will you say we've mastered it, or will you say we're very skilled at not getting caught?
absolutely. As I said, it's a taboo. It's unheard of, or not allowed for us to hear, in the society, that women are out, that woman is there following for men. But it's okay. There's no big deal if you hear it that that man has this baby in Ibadan, has this baby in Port Harcourt, has this baby in Kano. It's it's just like, it's allowed. It's like a norm. And then people bring the religion into play, and say, oh, as a Muslim, you're allowed to have four or more.
Four or more what? Wives?
Absolutely. As long as you have the financial capability to take care of everyone and treat them equally. But will you accept women having more than one pregnancy? That's a case of tagging the woman a prostitute.
Oh, now I see what you're saying. So, okay, but how about, but a lot of Christians do have side chick. A lot of Christians. You seen that thing they said side chick do help marriage. Matter of fact, we talked on it last week. Remember last week on our segments that we're kind of rounding up, and I believe Nigerian man asked that question. Side chick does help marriage, and I'm like, in what way does a side chick help the marriage? And this side chick, they go as far as becoming a wife. So, for the Muslim, I understand is religion. For the Christians, what are their reasons?
I would like to ask. I would like to not ask a question because you forbade me from asking questions. So I would like to stick to the rule. Uh, Infidelity. It's I think women feel more hot than the men. That is where people think. But in reality, the men feel more hot than the women when their women uh, goes out to cheat. But the point I asked, or the question I asked is this. Again, pardon me that I have to still go vie in the way of question. My focus is on separation and divorce, which infidelity or most infidelity is responsible for. So if I lie to you now, you will forgive me. If I Let me direct that question to Adama. If I lie to you, let's say hypothetically, I am your spouse, okay, your partner, either married or not. If I lie to you, you will forgive me. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I cheat on you, you can forgive me.
No, that is questionable.
Why?
Because now I know where you're going with this question. In other words, the main factor here is a lie. When you cheat, now you're getting like, okay, let's see. You know why we're talking on this subject? When you cheat, do you know there's something called emotional cheating? I never heard of that. But talking about this, I got to hear about. I was like, what? Emotional cheating? So if you cheat on me, I won't. That'll be a hard pill for me to swallow because I will always replay. Yes, I can forgive you, but it would take time for that to happen. But at the same time, emotions are involved. I will want to know why it happened. Two, what did I do wrong? And most of the time, it's not that these women did anything wrong. There are some men who just cannot stay with one person. Will I be wrong saying that?
It's in their DNA. You know, some will give the analogy. You can't just keep eating ogbono soup. You need to have egusi today. You need to have a okra tomorrow. You need to have banga. You know, you can't just stick with one soup.
Uh, I think we there is an understanding that we are not to uh, cheating is cheating. We're not looking at the quantity or the amount of time. So if let's for example, I did it once and no, she did it once and I did it a million times. It's still the same thing. It carries the same weight. So I think we
But
should.
it's different though. But it's different. If you
How is it
notice, a
different?
man. Let me tell you why it's different. A man can cheat and the wife will forgive, but a woman cheats, forget it. And this is a man that cheats. The marriage is over.
It's a man's world, Adama.
Yes, I understand yes, I understand, and that's exactly what we're saying. So why is it that the women are able to forgive, but the men, once they get the same thing done to them, all hell break loose. You can't do that.
Uh, it will be very difficult for me to say this is the answer reason why men don't. I won't use the word forgive. Men forgive, but they just can't stand it anymore. And because to them, you've as a man, you've desecrated their temple. That is their temple. You've just desecrated. So uh they see it that way. That is the way men see it. However, like I said, I'm going to stand on a position of what is good for the goose is good for what for the gander. So it's the same crime. We shouldn't say because he's a man. So when he commits that crime, then it's a man's war. I'm not disputing the fact that it's not a
Electricity.
man's war.
Are you being real right now?
Yes, I'm being real. I'm
That
being real.
that what is good is for the goose is good for the gander, or
It's
you're
good for
just
the
saying
gander.
this?
Yeah. What is
How
good for the
could you
goose.
yeah, could you elaborate if what is good for the
So
goods is good?
if I
Yeah.
if I cheat as a man, okay, I should suffer the same consequences as the woman suffer. So it's not the case that the woman cheats. She has to suffer more than I more than myself. No. Now it now comes to individuality right now. If we go by the law, if we go say let's say this is the law should apply towards the same way. That's why they said the law is blind. I mean, law is blind. Justice is blind. I beg your pardon. Or should be blind, or is blind, whichever way you want to put it. It's blind. That means we must suffer. We must same consequences, the same punishment. We have to suffer it. So I shouldn't be given a preferential treatment because, quote unquote, I'm a man. I committed a crime. It is cheating. There is no other word for it again. It is cheating. But like Tope said, we live in a man's world. And how can we be fair to the women in this aspect? And I'm going to throw it, and I'm going to throw a shovel. I mean, a shovel into the wheel, a spanner into the wheel. If I cheat on you hypothetically, and you separated and divorced from me, and you go and join, for example, you now, righteous man, you have to turn off your camera, please, if you don't mind. Thank you. Uh, Mr. Righteous Man, welcome on the platform. Please, you are required to turn off your camera, please. Can you hear me, Righteous Man?
We can't hear you. I think you froze. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So I lost my train of thought there.
You
What was
said
about?
when the women like is the same thing, like, but like Tope said, is a man's word. Like cheating is cheating no matter who does it.
Okay, yeah, so if I cheat on you, you now separate or divorce me. You now get, let's hypothetically, your next man is a righteous man, for example. Hypothetically, are you immune from being cheated on again? Because don't forget, it's a man. Is it not a case you should try to work it out with me rather than divorcing and going to the next man and knowing that the next man can also do the same thing to you? And if he does it to you, where do you go again? You go to the next man? That's where this is where I am going. This is why that's how I see the topic that you came up with, dealing with infidelity. So is that how we're going to deal with it, from divorce to divorce to divorce? Is that how you ladies would deal with it, from divorce to divorce to divorce to divorce? Let me state for the record, I am not justifying a man continuously cheating, because if I come from if I go by a religious perspective, if that happened, when that happened, in Exodus, we're not doing religious here. In Exodus, both of them have to be stoned to death immediately. That's why I say it is the same rule that should apply to everyone. I yield the floor back. Thank you. For those of you who are joining, thanks for joining. The host, Tope and Adanma, will welcome you specially. I am a guest as well too. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pastor Electricity. We have Mr. Righteous Man joining us from Nigeria, if I'm not wrong. Welcome to the show, sir. And the other person, I can't see who the other person is. Could you please introduce or unmute and tell us who you are, please? Hello? Oh, if not now. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, now we're going to go to Mr. Righteous Man. Mr. Righteous Man, welcome. Could you please unmute and weigh in? We are talking about infidelity in the marriage and why it happened. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very, very much. I just want to recount your last program. It was so interesting and contribution.
Thank you.
I encourage you, ladies. Topic infidelity. I think to the I grew up to look at it from quality, and I did ask my father a question then. I said, does it mean that the man owns the word or is man's word? Because and one the woman from here outside the marriage, and if she does that, she will die. But the man is allowed to do whatever he wishes to do. For me, I think it's very, very wrong. And the only opportunity, let me go back to what the pastor said, and let me make also a biblical reference that say the only account on which a Christian, in brackets, is permitted to divorce is when there is infidelity. So, but I have a brought to the woman that was about who was caught in the act of adultery, and because why did they pick up the woman? Because she felt nobody would defend her, because they felt it is. And Jesus said, if one after the other, they left their stones and went away, which logically somebody can interpret that the trust life. So it to be encouraged, be the woman, be the man. It shouldn't. But if it happens and the woman feels that she can't take it, especially a woman that have herself, a woman that have kept the oath of marriage, and she felt she can't forgive, well, no, not standing again in a second decision. Because I know it is easier for women to let go, to forgive their touches their men in such an act. But it is very difficult for a man to forgive his wife when the wife is caught in such an act. So I think there is a broadening of quality, there is partiality, there is something me personally, do not like, and I wouldn't want it happen to any of my sisters or my relation that thrown out. They said, okay, live with it. He's a man, it's men's word. That I won't take it. I'm against the religion that permits that. I'm against the tradition and culture that puts women in bondage.
Thank you so much.
Say for now.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your input. And once again, I want to tell you thank you for joining the show all the way from Nigeria. We appreciate you. To all our listeners listening to us, you can be able to join in. There's going to be a StreamYard tag out there in the chat. So if you want to come in, you're welcome to come in, and you can have your camera turned off on this segment. Thank you. We appreciate you. And the next person I'm going to go to, Mr. If Not Now. Thank you again, sir. Welcome to the show. We are talking about infidelity. So I'm handing it over to you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, it is a very big problem. Unfortunately, that is what we have degenerated into in our own time. Not that it doesn't happen before, but I mean, the rate at which it happens and the way it have turned into a symbol of masculinity, I think is bad. Both a man and a woman, none of them is has the license to cheat in a marriage, you know. Um, but I still believe that there is, if it is not a, a continuous thing, because I know that there are circumstances that breeds such problem. Sometimes it's possible that good men can cheat in a marriage. Sometimes it's also possible that good women can cheat in a marriage. you know, nor that um, it is justifiable. For instance, when married couples decides to have a very long distance relationship that makes it difficult or impossible for them to see each other maybe in a year or 2 years or stuff like that, such thing could cause a problem in a marriage that could lead to infidelity. That does not mean that it's justifiable. You understand what I'm saying? So
Yes, sir.
cases like that, you could say, okay, it's possible to deal with the cause. You understand? And so, okay, if we solve that problem, maybe um, uh, there could be a different outcome. But the situation whereby it's actually in the nature of somebody to do that, then um, I think that it raises a question for the two of them to really sit down and agree. Because personally, I don't think that people must be married. Marriage is not compulsory, if you understand what I'm saying. If I,
Yes.
as a man, believe that I cannot be faithful to a woman, to one woman, and I also have decided that I don't want to have or my culture or whatever will not permit me to marry more than one wife, then I shouldn't be married at all, so that I can have license to as many as I want.
But how about
And
in the culture where they say he's a man, he's entitled to do whatever he wants to do.
that's what I'm saying. That's where I started. Is I don't believe that any culture that promotes it, I don't think that culture is a culture that is worth respecting. If a man is entitled to sleep with whoever he wants to sleep outside marriage, then the woman should also be entitled to sleep with whoever she wants to sleep with outside marriage. In the Western world, they call it open marriage or open relationship or whatever they call it. So I think that's how it's supposed to be.
But again, we're weighing in on our society. I'm looking at it that you're having these views, and you and electricity precisely because you are living abroad. Your perspective may have changed over the years while living abroad. We're looking at it from the traditional African concept. It's not it's frowned against for a woman to cheat.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I'm not claiming ignorance of it. But what I'm saying is that over the years, we have also tend to modify some cultures that we believe that it doesn't mean that everything that culture approves is actually right. You understand? Because culture is supposed to be dynamic. You understand what I'm saying? There were days it's culturally okay to circumcise women. You understand? But it's no longer culturally appropriate to circumcise women. Do you understand? So
Yes.
any culture that gives such that kind of license to men and believe that women shouldn't have the same treatment, I don't think that culture is worth remaining. That culture should change, adjust itself, to modern realities because the it's really going to be difficult. I don't know. Maybe people that could the men that could get away with it could be men that uh, are marrying, those that men that have women that are almost like those women are their house help. You understand? So I don't think such a thing should be condoned. Personally, it should not. Every human being deserves the same level of a measure of respect. And what you demand of your wife, you should also expect that to give such back to her. You understand?
May I jump in, host Tope and And Adanma, is that okay?
Yes,
May
before you jump in, can I please acknowledge the Blackstone first?
Okay,
Sir.
sure.
So I just want to tell you, welcome to the show. We're talking about infidelity, and I'm going to have electricity access question. Then after that, you can go ahead and if you have something to say. Thank you.
I think I asked the question, but I feel you it appears, let me use that word, let me make a false allegation against you. It appears you deflected from my question. And I'm putting on a hypothetical scenario to you. I mean, as couples, that we are couple, okay? And I have lied to you several times. I stole your money, or I took your money, and I gave it to my girlfriend, or I use it to do whatever it is. You found out a substantial amount of money. You found out, and you were mad. You forgave me. Why would you not forgive me if I cheat on you? I'm just confused. If I wreck your business so badly, and you forgive me, our joint account that we put money together, we had close to $500 inside, meant for this and that. And at the end of the day, you forgive me after squandering it. Why would you not forgive me for having an affair? I'm a little bit confused here. If you don't mind, I just confused. Why would you want to separate or divorce? Why didn't you divorce me for squandering our money, our children's insurance or educational this thing? I blew it big time on gambling. You forgive me. You still took me back. You were wishing, you were praying that I would change, but just a little slip on the side of the woman that I cheated. You couldn't forgive me. I'm just confused. I want to know why, please. It's driving
Did
me
you
mad.
did you
Thank
call
you.
it a sleep?
It
Did you
is a
just say,
sleep.
yeah, that's the word I wanted to ask him to
Yeah,
please
it's a sleep.
clarify?
Yeah, it's a sleep because I've never done it before. That's my first time, even though I've lied a million
Are
times to
you telling
you.
me you've never done it before in terms of
No,
trying to convince me you've never done it before? Or
I've
are you
never
saying
done
you've
it
never
before.
done it before because you got caught?
Out.
No, I have never done it before. I cross my heart. I'm telling you, I've never hold anything back. Whenever you catch me, I raise my hands up, and everything I've always had. And I'm telling you, this is the first time I did it. Why do you want to divorce me for this? Why didn't you divorce me for blowing our children's educational fund, for the money we put together, which has wrecked us today? Why did you not, please?
Electricity, how will it sound if you here I was having I also slept and had sex outside our relationship. Will you still take me? Electricity, and it was just a sleep, just one time only. I just needed to taste and see whether I can you're better than another person. It was just one time alone.
I will go with my argument that it is what is good for the goose is good for the gander. Whether it is one time alone, I should be able to forgive you. I should be able to accept you. And that is the
Electricity,
point I am making.
you're not being realistic
No,
right
no,
now.
no, but this is what you're not understanding. We need to understand this. There's something called boundary and there's something called tolerance. That I tolerated you spending our kids' educational fund into gambling, and because you cheated, and I want to exit the marriage. That says to me she's had enough of you. Okay, and it has, from my
Really?
understanding of what you narrated now, it is a buildup of something that has happened, and she's been tolerating it, and the cheating was kind of broke the karma's back. Like, you've been doing so many things and I've been putting up with it. But as soon as one thing, and in this happening relationship, you guys have made up, like, things happen that we don't agree with in marriages, that, and it just takes something little, and that person will say, I'm done, I'm out of here, I'm not doing this anymore. It's not that they're not done because of what just happened. It's an accumulation of things that has piled up. As much as we say as human beings, we forgive. Do we actually forget? No, we don't forget. So I hope I answered your question. With that being said, could you mute yourself because I want to hear Mr. Blackstone. The
Adama,
Blackstone.
Adama, 1 minute, please. I apologize to the Blackstone. I wanted electricity to please highlight a question from the comment section. Comfort had asked a question earlier on and wanted us to briefly just answer. Then the Blackstone will come in, please. Electricity, can you please highlight the question again?
Okay, while we're waiting on that, let's go to the Blackstone. The Blackstone, could you unmute? Thank you.
Good evening, everybody, and
Good
thank you
evening,
for
sir.
having. Good evening, Auntie. How are you doing?
Ah, did you call me auntie? Ah,
Yes.
okay, sir. I will accept that though. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. So anyway, the topic is quite interesting and also very complicated, right? Because there are many things that lead to a man. I mean, you just use the word a man why they have to cheat or in their relationship, but they have to be not faithful, right? We can't just actually first thing I have to say is that character matters a lot in every relationship. The character for the both parties, the man and the woman, what is the character? Number two, what is the upbringing? Right? Because the upbringing will actually have a part to do in that person's character. Right? And what is the respect he has for a wife, or how does he value a woman? How does he value that relationship, that marriage? Does he think before before he does anything? What decision, what influence his decision when it comes to infidelity or going out to other women to cheat? Right? We know that there isn't a perfect marriage or a perfect relationship, but the manner in which we take a decision has a lot to do in the success of that relationship, right? And how does the woman also treat the man at home? If does the woman also respect the man, right? Does the woman denies the man some basic things that they enjoy or that the man enjoy, right? I know
Like what?
sometimes.
Like what, sir? What's the man enjoying that she's denying?
Okay. For example, if I put like this, right? Everybody have different level of sexual urge, right?
Okay.
So if the man have a very high level of sexual urge and the woman doesn't have, right? And the woman begin to deny the man that time that, when he's in the mood want to have that thing and everything, the woman's always saying, no, I don't want, right? In that way, it's pushing the man out. It's pushing the man already out. Because when the man is in that moment and the woman is denying him, right? The man will begin to think, then different thoughts begin to come into the man's mind.
But hold on, Mr. Blackstone. Can you hold it right there? So let me
Right.
ask you something. While you both were dating, whatever, you were getting to know that person, shouldn't that have been known that what you want in terms of in the bedroom, like when we talk about communication, being open, express what you want, is part of dating when you're before you get married. You're getting to know that person. So if you later on settle with this person, be it marriage, relationship, and she's no longer meeting your expectation, or when you guys were dating, it was good. So are you saying when the marriage or the relationship starts, that she kind of toned it down, she stopped satisfying you? Because I'm kind of confused, because I expected you to have known what she's able to do before you decided to make her the one.
Okay. I would rather say that at the time they are dating or the time they are knowing themselves and things like that, there are so many. Sometimes there are so many lies and so many secrets, right? Okay, okay, for example, right, today in the Christian world, they said must be a virgin before you get married. And those in that Christian who start following that rule, right? We always have issues. When maybe the courtship or relationship there is going on, their friendship and everything, they don't have that access to that, to practicalize, to put into practice what they want, what they want to see, what they want to know, right? Also, there could be also an instance whereby today where men, right, use women up and down. They want to say, oh, because I've had a very bad experience from so and so time, no, I will not give in to this and things like that. So there are things that are not known at that time when actually dating themselves, right? And also there are also too many pretense in relationship, right? A man can pretend to a woman, a woman can pretend to a man, because there's something he or she find into that person that is keeping that person in that friendship, in that relationship, because there's something he expect to gain, right? And once they get married, it becomes a different thing, right? My daddy told me, right, that when you are at the time of courtship, it's just like a play. It's like just a play child. When you get the day you get married, that's when your courtship begins. And when you have your first child, that's when your marriage begins. You understand? Because this period are quite, they bring in some different attitude, different way of thinking, different attitude. Because when you get married, you begin to see things you have not seen, you have not known in the man or in the woman. Right? It's like, now I'm done. Yes, it's a new life, right? Have to be. So when you have a child, you begin to check. Because after having a child, you have issues, right? Because it's also bringing a new life, right? So the issue of cheating, infidelity, there are many things that leads to it. But one thing I believe that everybody, man and woman, should know, that if learn to respect your man, learn to respect your woman, learn to discuss. Communication is very, very important, right? And if you value your wife, right, you will always respect her. You will think twice before you go and do what will make her feel bad, or what will destroy that marriage. So we have to actually query ourselves. We have to actually look at in the inner self of who we are. Are we being attracted to other women? Are we being attracted to other men? Right? So these are the things we have to actually look. And if we are, what is the reason for it? So discuss this issue with your partner. What is going on? Right? I can give you an example. I used to have a friend that we were married, right? When the woman and the man was having issue and everything, the woman told me, I said, go discuss with the man. Ask him why he's doing this thing to you. What is the problem? What have I done? Truly, she went and discussed with the guy, with the husband and everything, right? After some few weeks, they got settled. But today they are still together, right? They are still married together. They're happily married together and everything. So discussion is very important. Don't keep any secret from your partner. That will destroy your marriage. That will destroy your relationship. It is very vital that we are open-minded to our partner, that you can be able to have that happy home. Because when you are happy at home, you'll always be happy. and then it leads to success in life, because when there's happiness, you have the strength to do whatever you want to do. That's what
Thank you.
I take down for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Grace, thank you and welcome to the show. Could you please unmute and comment on what we are talking about? We're talking about infidelity in a marriage or relationship. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really admire everybody, and I support what everybody is saying. But one of our brothers was saying something about, if I can be forgiven for misusing funds, why shouldn't I be forgiven for being unfaithful? There are a lot of things involved in being unfaithful to your wife or to your husband. Because when you step out of that marriage covenant and sleep with somebody out there, it could bring total destruction of the family. You could go out there and get sexually transmitted diseases. You could also get into the hand of women that are heartless, that might bring the end of everything about your marriage. That is not to say that divorce is the right thing to do, or a man or a woman cannot do what they want to do. If you choose, as many of us have mentioned earlier, to live the life you choose to live, I think there is no reason for committing yourself in a marriage covenant. Because the day you said for good and for bad, you agreed to stay committed to your partner, be it the woman or the man. Sometimes we think of men alone. Unfortunately, it's both sides. I've seen women being unfaithful. As our brother that spoke last mentioned, there might be other things that lead to unfaithfulness: lack of communication, pride. I am the man, I can do what I want. If you don't want it, leave. The woman can do the same thing. That's where humility comes in. When we stay humble, both the man and the woman, there might be room for forgiveness. But when everybody is up there, they have the right. They can do what they want. Forgiveness becomes difficult. Nobody is saying if you make one mistake, your wife or your husband should throw you out. But there has to be communication. There has to be serious dialogue between both of you to decide what you want to go from there. If your wife or your husband sees that you're humble enough to say, I'm sorry, and I'm not going to do this again, I believe the party that is the other one who is offended or who is the victim will be able to forgive. But many a times, our men think they have the right. And unfortunately, many women also now are coming up to say, if you have the right, I also have the right. So we can't win either way. But we have to make a decision. Do we really want to stay married? Yes. And staying married and forgiving each other is a great thing to do. But if you know that you have that problem, that you cannot control yourself, or maybe you're a Christian, you just go to church, you don't depend on God to help you overcome that, and you've tried, you cannot, the woman or the man have the right to walk away because she has tried or he has tried to forgive you, but you continue to live that life. To me, it's a dangerous life to live because you don't even know where what you're stepping into the other side of the world. So my own humble contribution will be to avoid abuse, to avoid hurting one another. If we see that it's something that we cannot forgive or habit that we cannot give up, I will suggest that everybody find their way. But remain friends, especially when you have children. Divorce is not supposed to be something when you see one another, you run away, because you can forgive and still be friends, whether you are still married or not. Thank you.
Thank
Uh,
you, ma'am. I just want to say thank you so much. I really appreciate you joining us in this segment. Welcome to the show. I hope we get to see more of you. I really appreciate you joining. I just want to say thank you for your opinion. It was well said, and thank you again. I appreciate you. The next person I'm going to call is going to be Mr.
Thank
Paul. Could you please
One
unmute?
minute, Adama. We have a comfort question to us on the highlighted.
Yeah, well, hold on. We're going to address that question. Paul, while you're going to comment on this, could you address Comfort's question as well? Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. This question sometimes is just sweep you off your feet because questions like this, context matter. Like the one that she asked about a woman and every other thing. What about if I date a woman who already had a child? I was not in the picture when she had a child. You understand? So that don't matter. So even though like my coming here, I want to be the devil's advocate. What do I mean by that? So sometimes what we call cheat may just be a relationship. There are people who are still polygamy in nature. The former president of the United States of America, who may likely be the next president of America, Donald Trump, when he left his first wife to the second wife, he didn't say anything bad about her. You understand? Just because of the law of America does not allow that, the law of bigamy. You understand? So he punished wife A to bring wife B, punished wife B to bring wife C, and the likes. But in our own culture, it is welcome. And so when I said it is welcome in the sense that we have to understand that some women know very well that this man is married and they still go about date the man. These are people who on their own, they can be second wife. Yes, we also understand that there are first wife who will not be. There are men who did not actually plan to have second wife somewhere along the line. We evolve. We are human beings. We change by the day. You understand? And when I mean so, I'm not saying it to the aspect of only men, to women. You understand? Men train women to school, and the woman discovered that the man is not so enlightened, and the woman leave the man. And it's also okay. She have a right to change. We evolved. So what we call cheating sometimes and the like we use it, may just be the person is cutting, watch that person very well, and intend to marry that person as second wife. And it's still okay. And it's not also okay for the person who said, no, I will not take it, like the actor called Yo Edochie. The wife said, no, I won't, because it's not part of the arrangement from the get-go. And she walked away, and it's okay. But people who can tolerate it, let's not bastardize the people. Let's not call those women that you are weak, you are this because of your husband, go bring second wife. You have to leave the house. You have to put in for divorce. You have to do this and that. Polygamy is not going, and it's not going anytime soon. So we have to also understand this part. We can't be completely want to hide or try to fake it all the time to some people, because people will definitely do it. Some people, the way they can manage their pain is to go out there. Like the way my parents would tell me, if your wife is doing anything, you don't even need a shirt to walk out of the house. You understand? Just walk away. Some people will walk away, they go drink beer. Some people will walk away, they go smoke. Some people will walk away, maybe another woman that will console them. You understand? From sympathy to empathy, from empathy might spark up relationship. You just might be getting what you don't get at home at that time. You understand? And it leads to another thing. You know, some people did not actually plan to be polygamy, but something lead to another thing, just in the name of that trying time in their relationship. Some of us can be able to manage it. And we also have to understand that it's not everybody that can manage it. You understand? To the test of time. My mother is a church woman all her life. All her life, my mother is a church woman. My father never allowed my mother to go to virgin one day. We grow up as become young men and women before we started fighting for my mom to go to VG. It worked well, but do you know the pain that my mom went through? Do you know the reason why my dad is giving his own reasons and everything? It's just okay. So they just micromanage or manage it in their own way. But I just want to say that relationship itself, it come in varies. So we can treat people issues as they come. But for us to get that uniformity that, oh, when men cheat, men is this, men is that. The person that I call my wife today, I was courting with her. We were dating, we were doing everything before it leads to one thing, it become wife. You know, and then at the same time, again, with our strong culture and heritage, we have very strong culture in Africa, which is good. So sometimes we make this mistake where we see girl, we just profile, we don't even know what we are doing. We profile the people we like, then we go marry women that look like our mom. Then we still go back out there, we go cheat. These are the people who get confused why they enter into a relationship. You understand? But at the same time, they have to find their happiness back. You understand? Like the movie,
Yeah.
how Stella got her groove back. Some people will find their happiness back. Some people will change that woman. Some people will not change. You understand? They will go outside. You understand? Some people suffered in their relationship. So many things. It just varies. I'll tell you the truth. As a man, very many of us as a man will not say it. You're as a man growing up as teenager and everything. When it comes to our sex life, we follow so many women. We don't have the guts. The few women that disvirgin us may not be the women that we like, may just be the woman that, in quote, I hate to say this, the loose one that need us, not because of we need them, because we don't have the guts to finish what we are about to start. Very many of us as men, we don't have the guts. We'll lead this girl, we'll register evening lesson, we'll lead this girl everywhere. Everybody know that is my girlfriend, but you never had anything together with that person that you love. But say that sex just come because of that woman need you. That woman see that, oh, this is the one that I want and everything. This is how it happened. So we didn't really know what we enter before we enter some of these games. Few men, maybe few boys may be very strong, sleep with all the girls in the neighborhood. But men, very many of us as boys, we make mockery of ourselves because they follow our sins, you never do anything. We make mockery of ourselves. Men gossip more than women. Women just, unfortunately, just become the black sheep.
Thank
But
you so
men
much.
gossip more than women. I'll tell you the truth. So
Yes, yes.
let's put all these things together and look at it very well, so that when we see people are going to a relationship with their trying time, let's try to understand these things. Because if I bring that humble girl, that virtuous woman who go to church, who come help my mom do all the laundering, do everything, look at my mom nails, cut my mom nails. When I say cut my mom nail, not take her to the nail salon. No. Take razor blade, help my mom cut my mom nail. My mom will just give her Nike. You know what I call Nike? Mark am, good, approve. You'll be this one. I ain't go be. I ain't go born the my grandchildren for me. You understand?
Thank you. Thank
That
you, Mr.
but
Paul.
but it go beyond that.
Yeah.
That's my take. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your input. You really touched on places that I didn't want to go, but it's okay. That's why we're having this conversation. Mr. Kene, could you please unmute your nest? Thank you so
Yes,
much and welcome to
thank
the
you.
show.
Thank you, everyone. I think I came in when there was a
Ekene, can you
lady.
hold on for 1 minute, please? I'm sorry. I
Okay.
want to ask Pastor this. Electricity, do you have something to say because you were getting ready to cut Paul off? Do you have anything to say?
No. It's okay. Let's can I after
All
can
right, thank you. Thank you. Ekene, go ahead.
before
Sorry.
can Madam Grace, it's you. I want to thank you for joining us. It's highly appreciated. First time seeing you on the broadcast, and hope you will come again. If you are obliged to stay a bit longer, I will. I have questions to ask in respect to your submission. Thank you, Can
Thank you,
I?
Madam Grace. We appreciate you.
Okay. So is there a topic that we're
Thank
talking
you.
about?
Yes, we are talking about infidelity in a marriage.
Oh,
And
okay.
yeah, after infidelity, we're going to talk about lies. Then the last one is going to be betrayal. So we're talking about
Infidelity.
infidelity right now. Yes, in a marriage
Okay.
and in a relationship. Thank you.
Yeah.
Please,
So
can I don't pretend
um
as if you don't know what infidelity is. The way you
no,
are
no,
now
of course.
stammering. Yeah.
No, of course. Some of us are very inexperienced in this
Okay.
area. But thank God I'm in the midst of experience, married, and so I'm learning from you guys, but I still have a little
Ekene,
thing to
oh,
sheep.
him sige call him
Okay.
zoom jogi.
Okay. Now, the I think people go into infidelity in a layman's understanding. We call it cheating, right? Because of some reasons, which could be relationship issues, could be individual need or desire, and there are some other factors that we are even not pointing our fingers to. I think mental issues or mental health problems could actually lead one into cheating. The way manner,
Huh?
yes,
Huh?
yes, mental health.
Yeah.
No, we are neglecting the emotional problems, underlying emotional problems that we put our spouses to. Either way, it could be the lady, I mean, the woman or the man, going through this mental health problem, and that could lead one into, trying to seek the banana outside. But this is it, right? We have a situation where in a marriage where you don't have open communication between the spouses, you are suspecting something, for example, might not be true, could be just mere suspicion that your spouse is cheating, and then you want to go on a revenge. I have a story. I have someone that was accusing her husband of cheating, and I was very close to this person. And I don't know this guy has been a cheat. She will give you every reason to believe that her husband was cheating. And I was like, okay, how about we do it this way? I've talked to the guy, and the guy said, no, he's not cheating. He never even thought of doing that. So I said, okay, can we catch him red-handed? Let's devise a plan to catch him red-handed. And all said and done, nothing. She could not catch the husband. So I had to advise her, please, you just have to let peace in your home. I believe that you guys you dated before you go into marriage. You don't just go into marriage with someone that you don't have emotional connection with. Honestly, if I don't have that emotional connection with you, I won't even sleep with you in the first place. And that I'm having emotional connection with you doesn't even mean that I love you. That is even out of the line. But if you started having that feeling that if I want to have that, it must be with this person. If it has gone to that stage that if I want to relax as a man, it must be this woman. Or if I want to relax as a woman, it must be this man. If it has got to that stage, honestly, I can't let you go. Then we can even talk about marriage, or you can even talk about staying together or being together or living together. Now, if it has gotten to that stage, why am I looking for another woman elsewhere? What could lead me into looking for that elsewhere? One, when I start having disconnections, emotional disconnections, no more affections, and all that. And what could lead to this? If you ended up being a nagging woman, or if you ended up being a controlling or a narcissist husband, this could lead the other into having that disconnection from you. And mind you, if God wants to punish you, if your wife is that beautiful or your husband is that handsome, and you are
Ekene,
and you are
Ekene.
and you are maltreating this person, just rest assured that other men outside are disturbing her. Just rest assured that other women outside are disturbing him. Now, temptation could come in. He's not having peace of mind at home. And when he go outside, there's this lady that is so lovely and kind to him. Now he will start looking into that lady's matter. Or he is a narcissist. He's controlling his this and that. He doesn't give me rest of mind at home. But there is this guy outside that is so lovely. You see, the temptation will come in, and they may end up flying the aircraft. Now, if you are my wife, or if you are my girlfriend, and you let another man fly your aircraft, honestly, me Keneshiku, I cannot forgive you. If Jesus Christ come down on this earth, I cannot let go, because even if I pretend to have forgiven, it will always come to mind. Whenever we are together, I will always remember that. And for that reason, I wouldn't want to give room for such. I wouldn't want to give room for such. So that thing that I will want to experiment with that lady outside, me and you, we must experiment it in this house. But if you are not giving me that room to experiment those things, we need to talk, because you don't want me to go outside. And I will even tell you, do you want me to go outside? So if you don't want me to go outside, we have to do this, right? It should be a plain and open communication with your spouse. There is no pretense. And let you not be the kind of man that if your wife whine you her waist, you start calling her Losho, or you start saying, "Oh, you don't spoil." You spoil for me, baby. Be my ashawo, and I will be your ashawo. Spoil for me, I go spoil for you. Now me and you they spoil. No third party. Do you understand? So going by what Paul is saying, yes, it is sometimes you may have the urge of trying egusi soup outside. It's very difficult. I don't know. Maybe sometimes I would say it's Satan that is doing these things. It's devil that want to push me into doing something that is not acceptable. I don't know, but some people call it that men are what they call it. Oga Paul, help me again. Men are what in nature? Polygamous in nature. Well, I don't know
They are
about
loose
that.
in nature.
Loose in nature or polygamous. See, the thing is, if you as a woman, okay, I hope girls are listening here. If you as a woman, you know that I'm married, and I talk to you outside, and you allow me to fly your aircraft, and you would think I will leave my wife to come and marry you, you are wasting your time. It's not going to happen, because leaving my wife means leaving my children, whether you like it or not. Then I cannot abandon my children for any woman out there. Now, bringing you into the family as a second wife, me, I don't have the power to control two wives. One is even overpowering me. Talk more of two. I don't want to die before my time. I don't know how our ancestors were able to manage that. I don't know who gave them the extra power to control that. But if you're very lucky enough, you find a wife that can give you that opportunity. Actually, some women will give their husband that opportunity. You know why? Go and wire them outside. No problem. Just use protection. Provided you are safe, we are good. Right? So that woman is looking for a helper. And most of these men are those that have high libido. That even their wife is not even enough for them. They wire from morning till night, all the time. One will even close from work. In short, he will be at work be calling the wife, get ready, I'm coming, you know. We have men like that. They have high libido. We also have women like that, right? But if she let you to have side chicken outside, no problem. I don't think there is any problem with that. So women will even allow you to marry another coming. I know of a lady that allow her husband to marry her younger sister and bring her into the family. So 3 of them are living together, right? But I don't know how possible it is for you as a man to allow your wife to marry another man and bring her inside the house. I don't know how possible that is. But what I'm saying in essence is just about open communication, understanding the kind of person you are living with, trying to not cut the service. If you are giving that person full service before marriage, after marriage, please continue to give good service. Don't cut it short, because some men cannot do with flying aircraft.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Akin. I appreciate your detailed opinion on this topic, and what you say, it makes a lot of sense, and a lot of men can relate to that, and a lot of women as well can relate to that as well. I want to ask my whole Topa, do you have anything to say before I get to the next person?
Yes, I want to touch on pushing back on Kene. If you think a particular thing that struck me with what he said, Kene, don't get it twisted. Though, no one is here to want you to marry them. There are instances, yes, we want to be the side chick because it may be due to financial reasons that is actually making us go after you. Even a spouse, right now, it can be a man or it can be a woman in a marriage, for example, that will actually step or sleep because of financial reasons. If your spouse isn't financially capable, you may just go outside and sleep because of financial reasons. Not
I'm kind of confused. I'm not getting what you're saying.
Yes,
If your spouse, are you talking about when the man is not financially, or you're talking about
either way, it can be the man or the woman. If a man is not financially capable, he may have a sugar mommy out there that is providing the finances, and all he's doing is providing the servicing. It's a transaction.
Oh, so what you're calling that? You're calling that a boy toy?
Well, a boy toy, sugar mommy, sugar boy,
like
and everybody
like
is
gigolo.
happy and it's coded.
Well, I don't think that is marriage. I don't think that is that is not marriage.
No, but Ekene, you can't say that.
I'm
Can
being
I say
realistic
something?
right now.
Yeah,
Yes.
Ekene, you can't say that, because let me tell you
And it
something.
works for them.
Yes. The one thing we need to accept, whether we like it or not, is that with this Gen Z generation coming up, and the way marriage was back in the 60s, 70s, things have changed. You have polyamorous, you have open relationship, you have all sort of marriages going on
You
right
have people who
now.
are gay but they are still married.
Yeah, there's so many things going on, but it works for them. And I
Yes.
always tell people, it's none of my business what you do in your private life. So long as you're not hurting anybody, and your spouse or whoever you're with is okay with it, who am I to complain? So, with that being said, Topa, is that all you have to say? Let me move to the next person.
Please let Ngozika. She's here since she's in Nigeria.
I don't see any Ngozika here.
She's here.
No, I don't see
Here.
her. I don't. Ngozika, can you say something? Are you here?
She's next to you, right next to you.
I'm here. I'm just waiting
Oh,
for my turn to
I'm
speak. I do
sorry.
not like
Oh,
to
no, I'm
speak out of
sorry.
turn.
I'm sorry, Ngozika. Now I see you. Welcome to the show. Welcome.
Thank
Thank you for
you.
joining us all the way from Nigeria. Could you please
Thank you.
comment? And before I ask you to comment, I want to ask Mr. It was Mr. Ejiofor, Jidofo. Mr. Jideofo, can you unmute? I have a question for you.
Yes, go ahead.
Is it okay if I allow Ngozika to speak because she's coming in all the way from Nigeria and we want to allow her to speak if that's okay by you?
Yes, ladies first. I appreciate women.
All right, thank you so much, sir. I appreciate you too. Ngozi, welcome to the show. And we're talking about infidelity, lies, and betrayal. So we're dealing with infidelity first in the marriage or relationship. So what is your opinion? Once again, I want to say thank you for joining us all the way from Nigeria. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I, the topic is a very sensitive one. First things first. This is a no holds barred conversation, right?
Absolutely.
Yes, yes. Look at my
Not
face.
rated
Look at
PG.
my face, Ngozi. I turned on the camera so that you can see my face. Yes, this is the
Okay.
segment where you are allowed to be yourself. Yes.
Very well. So let me just put a disclaimer first. I am unmarried. So let me just put that out here. And let me just put another disclaimer. If anybody here thinks that you should not have opinion about relationships or marriage if you're not in any, then please you might not like what I'm going to say. So on infidelity, I'll tell you a very brief story. I used to be very conservative, like really, really conservative when it came to things about the opposite sex. I grew up in a very conservative home. I was raised with conservative ideals. And for the earliest part of my adulthood, I was still conservative. Now, what changed? I cannot pinpoint exactly what changed at what point, but I am at a place now where certain things do not move me, especially when it comes to man and woman, because I'm going to stick to man and woman since that's the norm. There are certain things that do not move me anymore. I Okay, let me just say this. My relationship ended last year. We were together for 3 years, and collectively, we were together for 8 years. 5 out of that 8 years, we were just good friends, really great friends, buddies. And then I think the fifth year thereabouts, we decided to finally date. And then it ended last year. And I'll tell you this. I We discussed everything. We talked about if we're going when we started talking about doing life together, the possibility of doing life together. We talked about everything, especially sex, because I'm going to tell you people straight up, sex is very important to me. And I hate the silence around it, especially from women, young women. I hate the silence. I hate this. There's this, oh, don't say it, you'll be seen as spoiled. And they're the ones that are always doing the weirdest things, making the most stupid mistakes because they are afraid to say these things and have somebody tell them, oh, no, it's not like that. Oh, you should do it this way. Oh, you should do it that way. And then some of them get into relationship and marriages and they are sexually starved and they can't live. I cannot begin to count how many times I've heard women say they've not been touched by their husband in months. These are young people. They've not been touched by their husband in months. I know somebody who said that she has had orgasm twice in her 6 years of marriage, only twice. I know somebody that says she has never orgasmed. And I keep asking them, so did you date this person? They're like, oh, did you court this person? So what were you people talking about? Now it's not everything. So what were you talking about with this person? You talked about everything, but you couldn't talk about how you're going to share your bed. What was so off limits about it? Are you going to tell me you people married as virgins, even those that married as virgins, still talk about these things? So what was your excuse? You are following holier than thou for the one thing that could make or break your relationship. Because let's face it, people who are not sexually compatible are going to have very difficult relationships. So we talked about this thing. I talked about this thing with my former partner. We discussed about it a lot, and There was a day he asked me to watch a movie because we both have similar interests, politics, human relationship, or whatnot. So whenever he found something interesting, he'll be like, "Ah, we're gonna watch that, and I want you to watch it so that we'll talk about it." So he watched this movie and came to me and was like, "Have you seen this movie?" I'm like, "No." He said, "Go and watch the movie. I want us to talk about something." So I went to watch the movie. And when I finished watching it, I came back and started laughing. I said, "Oga, you want open relationship, I be open marriage, which one?" Because that was what the movie was about. Actually, it was more about couple swap. I know most of you here are familiar with that concept. And don't you even think it's not happening in Nigeria? If I tell you the stories I hear, if I tell you what people are doing in this town, in this country,
Can
you
you hear?
can you hear me?
Yes, so
Yes, we can
I'm
hear you
aware of
loud
that
and clear,
one.
Ngozi. You are on
Uh,
the right
If
track.
I
Lagos
Go
and
tell
ahead.
Abuja.
if I
Lagos and
tell you
Abuja is the
what
headquarters.
is Lagos and Abuja, you're looking at the because even here in Enugu, if I tell you what people are doing here, you go and plead the blood of Jesus upon their lives. So I was like, ah, so you had me watch this movie. Oh yeah, let's talk. He's like, okay, this. He said what he wanted to say to me about the movie. And I went like, okay, so you are okay with an open relationship. If we do decide to do life together, you are telling me that there will come to a point in our life that you'll be open to it. It's like, yeah, but under certain conditions. And being a man, a typical Nigerian man, he goes, he meets um selfishness in them when it comes to sex. They want to be the one to have all the pleasure. They want to be the one to decide how it's done, where it's done, with whom it's done. They don't think women have agency when it comes to sex or have much opinion. In short, as a matter of fact, for most Nigerian men, and I'm not. This is not a blanket statement. I have female friends. I have sisters. I have young women around me. For most Nigerian men, the concept of female orgasm does not exist. For most of them, it doesn't exist. So
I
they're only
agree with
thinking
you.
that.
I agree
So
with
I
you.
agree
And
with you, Ngozika.
I do
so
agree
they
with you. And
so they
Ngozi,
only
please, while you're saying that, I have a question for you. And I just want you to take this as an open mind. And I like how open you are about this subject. Do you think a sexless relationship leads to infidelity?
before or after marriage.
Both.
Okay, so you're saying if people are not having sex, it could be an avenue for one person to go out and get it.
Yeah, like let's say for instance, the female claims to be a virgin or the guy claims to be a virgin. These people who are righteous, we're trying to cover our base. People who are like, oh no, we're not supposed to do it. I believe when we get married first, then we can have intimacy. So those are the people I want you to cover.
Right. The Mary Amaka them holy wedges. Oh well, I think, and this is I think it's based on individuals. I know I've heard of people, not knowing them personally, but I've heard stories of women who would rather die than cheat on their partners. I don't know about the men. I'm yet to hear stories about men that would rather die than cheat on their partners, even when they're not getting sex. So I've heard that about women, but I'm yet to hear that about a man. So it's a thing, but I think it's boils down to the individual. There are people that they believe it's their cross, and you find out mostly in women. They believe, oh, I'm here already. I can't go anywhere. It's my cross. I heard the story of somebody that got married. They had a no sex relationship, and they got married, and she found out that the husband had a a finger battery pinny, a finger battery member, and she was so disappointed. And then when they went to counseling, she couldn't even tell the counselor what was going on. The poor woman had to dig and dig and dig and dig, and then tearfully she finally confided in the counselor that the husband had a finger-sized battery member, and then it was disappointing. And what the man kept asking is, "Hey, how will you know it will not satisfy you? If you say you have not done this before, how will you know it will not satisfy you?" I'm like, oh my god, how do you people? How do I don't know who gave people, especially Nigerian men, the idea that you're not having sex means you don't know about sex. That's a very flawed analysis.
But
I
Ngozi, I'm about to kick back on that though. we have to be realistic in the culture where sex, talking about sex is frowned upon. I'm talking about the setting. Like women pretend a lot, including our men. Once they see a woman like me or Tope, who express how they feel, or who have opinion or are open-minded in talking about these things, you're being labeled, oh, she's this, she's that, she's that. So in a situation like that, who do you blame?
I blame the woman. Like, you're an adult. Suck it up. See, I stopped making excuses for certain things adults do because, oh, society will judge them. Oh, fuck society. Society will be fine. You are not going to be fine. Society will be fine. As long as you're not committing a crime and you're not hurting anyone, society will be fine. Trust me, they will adjust. So this whole silence, and I mentioned this at the beginning, this whole notion that if you're not having sex, you don't know about it, is very flawed, and it has gotten a lot of people into very strange relationships. I mean, till the very first time I had sex, I was the one teaching my friends. I was the loudest. If you met me before I became sexually active, you would never believe I had not had sex. I was the loudest. I was the most opinionated. I had the wild. I started reading at a very early age, and I discovered romance novels at a very early age. So I read these things, and I could write steamy romances. And being a creative writer, I could picture these things, and people found it difficult to believe that I had not had sex then. So when I hear people say, "So how do you know this if you've not been doing it?" But you say you've not been doing, how do you know this? And women try to downplay their sexuality. It irritates me. No, you don't have to. Why do you have to downplay your sexuality just so you pass off this virtuous, this pure, this untouched persona to a man? What for? What for? What is he going to do for you? You think if he wants to mess you up, he was going to consider the fact that, oh, you are pure and untouched? No. If he wants to cheat, he will still cheat on you. Men cheat on their virgin brides. Men cheat on their whore brides. A man will not cheat on you because you're a virgin or not. He will cheat on you because he wants to cheat. And he knows that the consequences he can deal with it. The only thing that will make a man not cheat is if he knows he cannot handle the consequences. That is the only thing. It is not your beauty, it is not your virtuousness, it is not how elusively tight or loose it is. No, all those things are just excuses they invent. It is all on him. So this whole idea of not talking about it, a silence of culture, I think we've used that excuse one of too many. So back to my story, and I'm going to try to be very quick. So I asked him, so later you're open to this idea? He said, but I said, brother, no problem. Oh. You see, like this, you like better thing, Abi? He said, yes. I said, well, I'm looking at you. If we end up together in the next 20, 15 years, you're going to look like a proper Zadio. Said, now I got the body. I'm like, and you take me to, I won't want fine, fine, fresh, blooded human beings. He said, I said, the way you like fine things like that is the way me I like fine young things like that. So if you know that at any point in our relationship you want it to be open, I'm okay with it. But we're going to have rules. And I went on to tell him the rules. Tell him, if I ever get to the point where I want an open relationship, it's going to be really open. The day you begin to hide anything about it, it is no longer open. And I withdraw my consent, and it becomes you cheating. So we had that conversation and many more conversations concerning sex, reproduction, and whatnot. So I really think it's conversations people should have. It's will it make your partner cheat on you if you get into the marriage? And I have to say this: there are people who have these conversations and life happen, or things wants and needs change, and you see somebody that was once sexually active, one thing or the other, and they're no longer enjoying it. So we have to also put those things into consideration when talking about it. But is it an excuse for infidelity? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It is not an excuse. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your opinion on this. And once again, thank you for joining us from Nigeria. Mr. Jidelfo, could you please unmute and your nest? Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I really enjoyed Ngozi's, position, on the sexuality in the marriage or relationship. But I will move away from, her position a little bit. I will go deeper into the place of woman, African woman in the marriage relationship, how it affect them, and how the men treat them. So, not taking much of our time, I know that, you know, 1 minute. I know that, infidelity is an act or fact of having a romantic or sexual relationship with someone other than one's husband or wife or partner, as the case may be. So, in the Western culture where most of us reside, this position is well covered. Like the laws, the laws, the constitution, the status, they all have protection, for the women, So, but going back home, in our African context, in African, we Africans, especially in Nigeria, you know, is a, of course, generally is a man's word, but we can feel it more when we talk about an African context. So, taking Nigeria for an example, the all the privileges lies with the with the man, in a marriage relationship. The African woman actually have no sort of protection or much have much opinion or have much say. I'm talking about traditional African woman. I know the improvement in education and the endowment, the women having to aspire more, or higher in knowledge and knowing about themselves, have given them much privilege, But going with the Nigerian constitutions and the Nigerian laws and the way this this like a way have a cases of like abuse of women or divorce cases. I've I've privileged to see many divorce cases, and I think in most cases, it's normally the man or the husband that always have they have a better the judgment. The judgment always goes their way, you know. So unlike the Western world, where the facts have to be well looked at, and if the woman always have a much, especially much protected. But in our culture, in Nigeria or Africa, for instance, the women have it have it very difficult. So sometimes even when the men who normally are the ones always cheating, because I'm a man, but I know that we the men are where the problem lies more. So, but our women, because of the way our culture, and the way the place of women, in our society, and again, most time it is the men who are the breadwinners, and the women most time are doing little or nothing. So when even the man or with their spouse or partner are the one cheating or doing something of that nature, they find it difficult to even leave the marriage, or even have to even seek like legal measures, or how to, or even if they have to go end up going to court. Most times, the way Nigerian system is programmed, they even came out nothing. And again, the society will look up to these women as if they've done something wrong, So, and they will tell, oh, your husband, can do this, can do that. We Africans, we have our way of doing this thing. So I feel so bad sometimes, that our women, up to this, this 21st century, find it difficult to even have, a voice in the relationship. I mean, in their marriage, the men have all the way, they does things the way they want, and the system is so bad that most of these women, even when they have been treated badly, they chose to remain because maybe poverty. If they leave the marriage relationship, I mean, what are they going to do? How are they going to feed? And if they move away, what is the place of their own children? The inheritance. The man can bring another woman or bring more women. So how are they going to cope? What is the place of the children? So, and now what's going to become of her life? So it is really difficult for an African woman, and I don't know, how this thing gonna be addressed because for the point of culture and from the society we live, much needs to be done, and I'm not seeing anything, happening. Nigeria is still battling the basic things of life like the, food, shelter, basic, infrastructure. So when you talk about things of nation marriage, paying child support in case where there's a broken home and the woman lives, is the woman gonna live with her children? Is she gonna go with her children? Is the man gonna support, like pay child support as is done in the Western world? Or is the woman gonna go and go and fend for her children and so all this is a big question. I mean, it's something that that's why I like this topic that is going on today. I mean, how is the society, our society need to evolve, to really feel for an African woman. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jidolfo. I really appreciate your comments. Once again, welcome to the show. Mr. KJ, you are next. Could you please unmute? Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Which way do you want me to enter?
We're talking about we're addressing three topics. One is infidelity, lies, and betrayal. So we're right now we're talking about infidelity in a marriage relationship. Why does it happen? And Tope said something about is a man's word. A woman, once a woman does it, is a taboo. So that's what we're talking about.
Okay, I want to first not agree that it's no longer a man's word, it's now a woman's word. And if you live in the United States, you will know what I'm talking about because the law seems to be on the side of the women and children. So I do not agree with the notion that is now, or it has continuously to be. It used to be a man's word, but now it's no longer a man's word. I've listened to almost everybody who has spoken, and I'm going to make my contribution from the side of a faith-based person, and that means that all my answers or all my contributions are going to be tailored toward that direction. I do not, first of all, agree that when you are courting, you have to be, sleeping with each other, irrespective of what you may think, because nobody goes. There are many. It doesn't align with a lot of stuff, a lot of things that happen on Earth. You don't first begin to drive the car before you learn how to drive it. So basically, so I'm going to align myself first and foremost with the proper way of courting, because you see, infidelity eventually spines from that. Once you start having to sleep together, the tendency of trusting one another after you get into the proper relationship becomes a bit difficult because that mutual suspicion probably play there. And we are dealing with spiritual things, spiritual issue. Most times people discuss these issues and not thinking of the spiritual implication. Everything on earth has spiritual implication, no matter how trivial you think that is. And the issue of marriage is even much more. Because if you go ahead to study more about the DNA of an individual, you find out that it is difficult. You almost be able to trace your DNA in almost everybody you have had anything to do with in terms of sleeping together. So it becomes more, the reason why you see the reason why the God Himself said you shouldn't engage in that, because you find out that you are totally divided or totally split out everywhere out there, And so some people will want to argue with that, but you see, when people who are married and who have lived together for a long time, sometimes begin to see them looking like each other. That's because you constantly share out, give out, take in the DNA of the other individual. And that's why sometimes marriages that are well maintained, the husbands or the wives may begin to make decisions, almost the same kind of decisions and the same kind of words, even when they're not together. Now, I will go ahead to say it is not easy in our time and season to court and have a long courtship without getting into temptation. So my advice in the first place is, when you identify who you want to marry and you think you don't want to get into that, you make it simple, you make it straight, and you cut the time short. In the church that I belong to, if you come and you say you want to marry, because of some of the things that Ngozi has discussed, we advise that you all, first of all, go and find out that each of you are in good condition. That means that your systems are working. We also discuss and find out also what is your are you AA or you AS? What is your what? I've forgotten that right now. What to call that and what to call it. You find out whether you are SS or whether you are AA. And if you are SS, we try to let you know the implication of what you are getting into and how it may adversely affect your children and your life at the long run. And sometimes you see that you are called and maybe given advice to see whether it's something you can not continue with because the consequence of it. But if you say you have faith and you can faith it and you are aware of the consequence that comes with such a match, the church has no option but to allow you go through with it. So that way you know that you are told, but you chose what you think will work for you. Now, it is not easy, and marriage is not for everyone. There was a time, and I want to, give some scripture here. There was a time that certain individuals went to meet Christ, and he said to them in Matthew 19:4-5, and he said unto them, have you not read that he who made them at the beginning made them male and female? And for this reason, a man shall leave his father and mother and be joined to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh. If they actually become one flesh, the purpose of keeping to yourself information and things that are, you can't share means that they are not one flesh. Sometimes we actually think we are totally connected to our spouse, but eventually discover that some of them are not actually as straightforward as we want them to be. And Pastor Andrew first made an allusion that what you say when somebody is taking from you, maybe money and all that. If they are in one flesh and you even feel like spending all the money that is in the house, you tell the other guy, hey, I want to spend the whole money, and that's what I want to. I want to buy lipstick, or I want to buy, Versace belt for my party with my friends. If you tell him that and you go ahead and do that, or if she tells you that and go ahead and does that, then of course, you shouldn't be offended. But here's the place where I'm going to. I'm going in the place of offense, because the Bible calls offense scandalon. That's the really meaning of it. Scandalon. It is sold to you. It's a Hebrew Hebrew word that says like selling you a bait. You will always be offended as long as you're in this part of the earth. And in this case, I'm talking about when people are caught in infidelity. Certain people came to Christ and said, this thing you have said, how can it be? Because he went ahead to say, look, in the beginning, marriage was for male and female. It wasn't for everybody. But because of the hardness of people's heart, Moses went ahead to give even a further directive. But in the first place, it was supposed to be one man, one woman, And then they went ahead to ask him, some of these things you have said is difficult for us to bear. And he said yes, because marriage is for only those who can bear it. It's not everybody that can bear the challenges that comes in marriage. It's not everybody that can handle it. Some people have very short fuse. Some people, when I go into a marriage, they say to themselves, if my wife cheats, that's the end of it. And you get into the marriage, the very first week, your wife is somewhere else doing something else. And not that she's even doing something else, somebody tells you, you yourself run into it. And then the devil does that because he wants to find out, oh boy, the sure you said this is, if this happened, you are true. It don't happen now. Like, what do you do now? So Christ looked at it and the hardness of men's heart and said, marriage is not for everybody, it's only for those who can bear it. You will meet a lot of tough things in marriage. You meet a lot of people, and let me say something again. You see, not everybody, man or woman, that are trained properly. Sometimes you have trained your daughter properly, your daughter is unfortunate to meet with a man who has no, everything, every side left first now road, So you train your son properly, you meet a lady who, for her, nothing is important. If you work, you work. If it doesn't work, too bad. When people come with such mindset, it becomes difficult to build something tangible. And just like Ngozi gave an example, if she went ahead with that individual who at now that her breasts are still pointing, the guy is talking about going outside. What will happen when she has delivered 2 children? What will happen when she has
Mr. Keji, I was actually open to it.
Oh, you were?
Of
Wow.
course.
You are
What is
very
good
brave.
for the
Oh.
goose is good for the gander.
Oh my God.
I've told you
Ngozi,
people, I've
you
told
are,
you
you are
people
fun.
on this show that
Honestly, the way I love you, I didn't think you'd be open to that kind of nonsense. Whoa.
okay. I want to push back
Oh
on
my
something
God.
you said, but just round off.
KJ, what do you mean by nonsense?
No. I'm like I said, remember what I said. I'm talking from a Christian point of view, world view.
Leave that thing, uncle. We're
Let him
facing
finish. There's something he
reality
said
now.
that is crucial that I really want to push back on. It is very crucial. I'll use a very popular example. Let him finish.
I am talking from, like I said again, those who are discussing outside of this perimeter, I will have nothing to say. You know why? Because growing up, and that time I wasn't even a Christian. Just like Kenneth said, I'm somebody who, if I don't have any desire, whatever you do, in fact, I don't want to praise myself, but don't leave it at that. Whatever you do, it doesn't attract me. You can be whatever, papi water, mame water. I don't see it, you
So
know.
what does that have to do with upbringing, though? Home training,
So
like you
what it has
said.
to do with upbringing is this. I'm saying, you see, all of us come from different homes. That's why I went to upbringing. And sometimes the way you are brought up, you may not be matched with somebody who is brought up in that way. Okay, whose values and principles are totally different from yours. And
Mr.
eventually,
KJ,
when
I
you
beg to
live
differ.
together,
Upbringing has nothing to do with this one. No. These are adults we're talking about.
I am telling you.
hold
These
on
are
now. Hey,
adults. So,
the
ah.
adult that you become today is not from where you grew
Do you
up.
know the kind of upbringing I had? If you know the
I'm
kind of
coming
upbringing,
now.
I'm not even supposed to be on this show talking about this kind of things publicly.
No,
My
you see
family will
now.
be scandalized.
But Mr. KJ, do you know what you said? I kind of reason with you, but where I kind of reason with you comes in the sense of that's why we have a lot of our women who pretend to be something they're not.
Because of your whole upbringing and religion and
Yes,
background.
yes.
Okay,
Because
I can answer Adanma.
take for instance, Mr. KJ, Ngozi just said something now, and you said, "Wow, Ngozi, I wouldn't believe you go for something like that." We
Exactly.
assume we know people because of we're looking at them
Background.
physically from the outside. You don't know what she does in her private life. You don't live there with her, but because she has painted this picture, then when you see someone like me, Adanma, you say, this one. They'll put all these labels on me, which I'm comfortable with. I don't have a problem with it. But at the end of the day, we have to be very careful how we are quick to form opinion about someone
Or
we do
judge.
not know or judge.
Okay, I think you're when you go to judging or forming an opinion, you probably be taking it a bit too far. Now, I have known Ngozi for a while. At least I see her on this thing. So it's not a question of forming an opinion. It's a question of you. I mean, I would say I put it this way. I would always give the best that I think that's how the person is. And I'm not saying whatever choice you decide to make is a wrong choice or a right choice, because all of us
But
are.
it sounds as though that you're saying that choice is
Listen,
wrong.
I think Ada, you are mistaking what I'm saying. And like I said, I'm coming from a Christian mindset, and
Okay.
I would not be responding to anything that is outside of that mindset. That's what I said. Okay, because I'm not equipped enough to respond to that, but I'm using what that I think is what I believe in. That's what I'm using to put forward my argument. I said that right from the beginning. Okay, so for that comment is not because I look less of her or anything. I'm just saying that I, not in my wildest dream would I have thought about her thinking in that direction. But doesn't mean that
I've been
it takes
very
away
open
from
on
her.
this show now. I've been very open on this show. Do you remember I once said on the I people think I was joking. There was a day we had a discussion, I think last year, on Have Your Say, and we were talking about polygamy. And I did say that if left to me, if the roles were reversed, I will marry 4 husbands, one for each market day. One for being
I, I,
and
Ngozi.
I,
no, see,
I never
see.
I never heard that. Honestly, I never.
I said this on this show. And
But
Mr. Gage, let me quickly ask you something before you continue. You did mention that as Christians, and I do buy this because, like I said earlier, I come from a very conservative background, very conservative. So, and I see you, I hear you. I was a church girl for the most part of my life so far. I have been a proper church girl until very recently. So, this thing you say about one of the causes of infidelity being couples engaging in premarital sex, having carnal knowledge of each other, it being one of the reasons they go on to cheat in their marriage. I want to cite an example to you before I ask a question. I don't know if you people know Israel, Davido's one of Davido's aide. He married a couple of years ago, not too long ago. He married this young girl, really, really young girl. By his own confession, he married that girl a virgin. When I say a virgin, he and everybody that knows Israel knows that he is very loud. If that girl was not a virgin, Israel would be the first person to come and cast her. He married her. She was a proper church girl. Matter of fact, everybody was shocked that the family allowed her to marry Israel because Israel is in the entertainment industry and this girl is a virgin. They did not have sex till they were married. But guess who was cheating in the marriage? Yup. Her virginity did nothing to stop Israel from being a dog. It did absolutely nothing. So when you say these kind of things that if the girl did not have sex with him,
okay,
but he
but
still,
it,
and this is one example. This is just even one where the other guy you say that maybe he was cheating, that he was sexually active, and I hear you. But I also know stories of where two virgins got married, and still there was a case of infidelity. So what do you mean that once you do not? So what are you trying to say that once you
okay.
do not have sex during?
Let's have an open mind, and I can say this because at least in this issue, I've been a bit deep into it, at least from a Christian perspective. Now, there are many reasons for infidelity in the marriage. If most times it's not based on the character of any of the parties. Sometimes it's just inbuilt. Okay, it just some people are built that way, and for those people you can't do anything about. I give you an example. When I was serving NYSC, a certain hall had to come and call certain students from my university was in that hall. They had to come and call meeting because one of our female student or ex-student had virtually gone through everybody in that hall, to the point they are now making fun of the university, and they called us to come and talk with her. Of course, she didn't give a damn about whatever anybody wants to say. Whatever she wants to do, she wants to do. So why am I saying that? People, not because if it's so pretty lady, I mean, but that is what is in the system, has been built that way. That's not anybody can do. Same thing with men. Some men are just, no matter what you do, if you like be the most beautiful, carry defense and attack, they will still not see it. Because to them, look, men are like lions, okay? They are territorial. They are greedy. Okay, they are territorial and they are greedy. So first and foremost, for you to stop this character, you as a man have to first understudy yourself. Okay, understudy yourself and know what triggers you to want to begin to look the other way. Deal with it before you get into the position of getting married. You as a woman, look at it. And I'll give an example. Before I got married, I looked at the lineage of my family. I discovered that majority of the men in my family like fair people, fair ladies. Okay? And I was reading the Bible. The Bible says that Sarah was fair. Isaac's wife was fair. Jacob's wife was fair. I said, okay, this is where it's coming from. And among my family members, I'm one of the person who married a dark lady. And my wife is dark. I said to go the opposite. Okay. I discovered that also sometimes, there's an issue that arises from my family, their wives sometimes, just don't like to cook. All
Could
right.
you please round up, Miss KJ? Thank you, if you don't
Okay.
mind. Thank you.
So now what I'm trying to say in essence, let me cut off that is that these things have to look beyond the point where we are. In other words, look at it and deal with the things that are the problem. It not necessarily because society gives room for that. No, but most times the individuals involved have a lot of parts to play to bring it to the point where they both can either enjoy it or not enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your input coming from the religion background. All opinions are welcome on this forum. Thank you so much. I'm going to go to I believe Ikolala. Could you please unmute? Thank you, sir.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Normally, I haven't been in this show this time of the day. We normally have it at 4 o'clock, but I mean to be in here, it's a pleasure at this time. Um, Let me get the topic. Are we asking why there is infidelity, or is infidelity more in the African continent? What is the topic per se?
We're talking about why is there infidelity? Why is it accepted in the
Okay,
African setting where we say side chicks help the
right.
marriage? And the
Okay.
society, like the women, are okay with it. And once the woman steps out, is abomination. So that's what we're talking about.
All right, I see. Now, I'll start from a very human perspective. You see, if you ask yourself one question, have you ever seen a cat on a leash? You can't see a cat on a leash because it will fight you to death. Its natural attitude is to be free. It's not a dog that is quiet and tame. So a cat must be free. So it's natural human nature, men and women, to be free. Sex is something like you using the toilet. But now we now say, why is it being frowned upon? Now, if you go back to history, and I'm going to go back to, because some of people here has been coming with the Bible, all this thing started just 2,000 years ago. Go prehistoric, because Socrates told you, he said, the first fool is the man that drew a circle around himself and said, this is my land. So he's talking at the start of time. And then you ask yourself, how are societies formed? How are rules made? So let's say we were all gathering fruits, and then someone got so wise and decided, look, I can't go on gathering fruits. I've got to form a community. I've got to form uh, my own domain. And then he draws a circle around himself and say, this is my land. And then he realizes that he needs hands to work that land. In other words, the first trade of man was farming. And then he made rules because he has to keep those hands. And how do you rule a people? How do you govern a people? Sorry, you make rules, and then you say, if you do this, this happens. If you do this, this happens. And when you make rules, then you get some people to enforce it. And you're making those rules against nature because you're doing it. That is why Socrates said the first man that drew a circle around himself is the fool, because you're going against nature. Humans were meant to be free. So because you want to keep your land, you want to keep your property, then you start making rules because you want to govern them. And then you say, this kind of persons must not do this. This kind of persons must not do this. And then you set out a kind of enforcers, which is now called the police. You set out enforcers to enforce your rules. But human nature, being what human nature is, before time, you adapt to those rules. You don't need to be told them anymore. It's just your normal, you're adapting to what is not natural to you. So go back to what I asked you and said, have you ever seen a cat on a leash? Because if you try to put a cat on a leash, then you are creating a problem asking yourself, why don't cats want to be on a leash? That is what you're asking yourself. Why are we into infidelity? Because that is our natural self. We're just trying to adapt to what is not natural. Okay, so this man made his rules, said, oh, all my women must stay in the house so that they can make babies for me and they can farm in the land, and all my men can go to the farm and do what they want and go conquer lands for me. And it became the norm. And we have lived with that over millions of years, over thousands of years. And the funny side of it is, one thing with rules is, if you make the rules and then you put people to enforce it, after a while, when it becomes the norm, the people those rules were made for enforce it themselves. This is what you now see in the political setting, whereby probably a corrupt politician comes in and tries to rule, and you have the same people he's trying to steal from defending him because they've taken it as the norm. It's the usual thing. So when you talk infidelity, it is not particular to a kind of people. It is not particular to a kind of culture. It is not particular to a kind of religion. It's just because at some point, people has formulated rules to the point that they have fine-tuned it and fine-tuned it and fine-tuned it, that some are now just acclimatized to it. So in the Western world, they fine-tuned fidelity to the point that if a man goes out and have an affair, the woman doesn't just leave the house. You get benefits. So the man thinking, oh, I've been working over 20 years of my life. So if I go through this, this is the consequence. It's not that he doesn't want to cheat. He's just looking at the consequence. So that is what is holding him back. The only thing with the African setting is that we've not fine-tuned our rules to the point that it stops, it deters, that's what I'm looking for. It deters you from wanting to be your natural self. It's the same thing as asking, why is everybody not a thief? Because the rules deter you. So when you think of it, oh, my relatives are going to disown me if I become a thief, or I'm going to go to jail if I become a thief, or then the idea goes off your head. So all this thing, people are coming here and saying religion, that or culture. It has nothing to do with that. It's just that people has formulated rules over time, and humans have tried to adapt to it. So we are fighting our natural self. That's
Wow.
my submission to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I can tell you're a philosopher. I really like your views. Thank you for your contribution. I'm going to have Bumi speak next. But before I have Bumi speak, can I ask Mr. Ike Mr. Ike, sir, is it okay if I allow Bumi to speak, sir? Mr. Ike, I can Amefula, if I'm not. Mr. Ike, are you there?
He's on mute.
Oh, Bumi, you can unmute yourself. Bumi, you can go on next. Thank you.
Okay, so good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I
Welcome
was,
to the show.
yeah, thank you for having me. I was actually contemplating whether or not to join because I don't think I have a lot of experience or information when it comes to this topic. But I would say I might just give my 2 cents or mostly my perspective of things. And when you ask the question about like infidelity and how that is in, I'll be specific, Nigeria, because I don't want to say Africa because I don't know other people's country and cultures. I would say it probably starts from the conversation on whether or not we view women as a as a thinking organism that has the right to contribute to society, or if we see women as objects. If we look at the angle of objectivity, then it makes a lot of sense why infidelity is a big like topic in the Nigerian environment. Because if you view your wife or your woman as something that you should have, it's like your right, that is a woman, or like a trophy that you should have, or someone that makes baby and just continues your lineage. Of course you're going to cheat. Of course you're not going to like view that as, whether it's marriage, you're not going to view it as a serious commitment that you have to stay with for the rest of your life. But you can also go the other way for the woman, in terms of like, when you feel like your opinions and your views are not being taken serious, you find other ways to find validation and other ways to kind of like please yourself. And when we always focus about the men, or it's in a man's DNA to, cheat, or like to just go around and have all of the sexual activities, they don't also focus on like women also have sexual drives. People have different, I think it's called a libido level, whereby you might be very sexually driven compared to the next woman next to you. But no one puts it into account because they believe that women are one thing. But a man can be different things. A man can be faithful, but he can also be wayward. So you don't put accountability to them. And that's why you see that conversational, there's just this lack of like understanding both men and women, because one is being put above the other and they're paying so much attention to the other that you're just suppressing the other one. But guess what? When you're suppressing someone, they're obviously going to retaliate. And I think Mr. Kenne also talks about like women also cheat. Well, of course they're going to cheat when you don't even believe that, or a society doesn't value that, like their contribution. So if you don't think that woman has a high sexual drive and it should be met, and you believe that that woman is supposed to just be something for you, she's probably going to find other ways to like find pleasure or whatever from that other angle. So I think that's just my perspective on that side of like infidelity, in terms of like, I don't think we as a society are putting a lot of effort into understanding more about men and women. And it's just more or less like, this is how things have been done. So we have to just stick to that role and not change anything.
Thank you so much, Bumi. I really appreciate your inputs. And don't feel like you don't have an opinion, or your opinion is valid. Okay. And why I said your opinion is valid, you can learn something, and we can as well learn something from you. So thank you for voicing out your opinion. I'm going to go to the next person, and the next person is going to be Mr. Kandu Kandu. Could you please unmute? Welcome to the show.
Yes, good evening, good morning, depending on where
Good
you are in the
evening.
world. Yes, I think a lot of people have spoken well and expressed their views and beliefs. I believe that when the story of this time is written, it will be a very interesting read. The people in their 20s, 30s, even some in their 40s now, in the next 40 years when the story of this time is written. Because, this topic is so dynamic, there are so many different facets to it. Um, and I think the mistake a lot of women, and I will say women in this case, make is that that men are the same. And the reality is that is not the case. Throughout history, is usually the top men in society that actually are able to breed into the next generation. The vast majority of the men that are considered the lower percentile of men don't get the opportunity to breed for their offspring to go into the next generation. So when we talk about this issue of quote unquote cheating, part of the question I will have to ask myself is what type of men are we talking about? You know, um, and I would like to preference this by saying that I'm a man that respects women. I have four sisters that I respect dearly, and I've always believed I will never be with a woman that I would not be willing to treat the way I would want someone to treat any of my sisters or my own mother. But having said all that, I think I've said this on this panel before that, especially the women of nowadays, a lot of them, it's all about stuff. It's all about my comfort, my enjoyment, my this, not about the family, my children. Like someone like my mother, for example, she lived for her children. How well the children that she and her husband produce, how well of a people are they going to be, was her life. But what I see these days, even some of the things that were said earlier about people, I have nieces and nephews, they just hook up, Netflix and chill. Some of them don't even know the name of the people they're sleeping with. But you see, I feel sorry for women. I really do. Because men and women are not the same. We're not. In the eyes of God and respecting one another, yes. But what we bring to this situation is different. You see, in my world, because I talk to people about this quite often, maybe once a week or twice a week, I get to talk to somebody about in my family, my nieces, about this type of situation. I'm not saying that everybody, like KJ said, marriage is not for everybody. But this life has to be spent in a way, especially if you're lucky or unlucky enough that God gives you a long life. Because the disparity, in a way, is this: a good man who is doing well for himself, whatever you consider to be doing well, can easily every day of the week pick up, who is, let's say, is 60 years old or 65 years old, can easily pick up a 25-year-old lady just about anywhere. The average woman who is 65, I don't care if you have Oprah money, you're not going to
Hold
be able
on.
to.
Can you hold on? Who is that on the background with their camera on? Could you please turn your camera off, please? Yes, Daddy TV. Could you please turn your camera off? Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm sorry for interrupting you, Mr. Kandu Kandu. Now you can
No,
go
not
ahead.
not a problem. So you see, I don't think in short terms. I think in long durations. So all this issue of what a man can do, a woman can do better. I'm not going to argue that fact with anyone, but the reality is this: we're not the same. We're not. God has made us. We're equal in the eyes of God, and we should respect one another. But a lot of people are going to suffer. I'm telling you, because when the older you get, the caliber of men that are going to want to be with you, and the question is, want to be with you for what reason? For what reason? Like I was about to say, even if you have Oprah money, you might be able to get it. Oprah might be able to get a 35-year-old guy to come and sleep with her, just sex. That's it. He's not going to be wanting to be hanging around with her, even with all of her money. But a 65-year-old guy with even 100 of Oprah money can be pulling 22-year-old, 25-year-old that want to stick with him all day, every day. So again, I've said this before, and this is what I advise people in my family that have women. This life is not about glitz and glamour. Life is about people. Find somebody that you can align with. Go ask Allah, Muhammad, Buddha, and everybody to help you in that process. Hopefully, you find a man who is a decent human being. I don't believe in. I've been married before. I've never cheated in a marriage. Have I done it when I was married? Yes. So this notion that some people think that, oh, if a man can do it, why can't a woman do it? What you have and what a man has, all things being equal. And men, respect is an unbelievably important thing to a man. You see, if a man has a wife, for example, let's use the wife, not girlfriend, having your wife, knowing that this person and that person has slept with your wife, I don't even know how a man can, a real man, I'm not talking about a male, a man, for you to walk in a room and you know that out of the 100 people in that room, 20 of them have slept with your wife. I don't know how a woman will perceive that, but for the type of man, the man that can take care of a family, the man that is the man of the house, that respect, not that because, the wife is a virgin when he married her, but the way for other men to be able to, you walk in a room and other men are like, oh, me too, I don't sleep with them. Oh, you too don't sleep with them. I don't know if a woman can understand what that does to a man. Again, this is a very varying topic. Um, Everybody find who you're comfortable with and live the life that God allows you to live. Life is not meant to be alone. But don't be a side chick. Like I tell my nieces and nephew, you should date with intention. There is no reason for you to be with a man for 4 years. When you're going in, this is what I'm looking for. If you're not looking to get married, we shouldn't even start this process. I'm not saying we should get married today, but we're going to go into this with the intention that that's where we want to go. And over the next year and a half or whatever, we'll try to see if we can live with one another. But if it's getting to 2 years and he's not willing to commit, you need to move on. There's no point staying around with somebody for 12 years or 15 years and you never got married. That's what I tell my people in my family. So again, ladies, interesting topic.
Mr. Kandu, thank you so much. I
Thank
just
you.
wanted to just wanted to ask you a question. I heard what you said about the women, and no matter what your position and the society is today, tomorrow, whatever status you are in life, you still have to be um with a man. In other words, would you agree with me that both men and women we both need each other?
Absolutely. I think that was the essence of what I said. I said everyone man, the man should find a woman that they can be with, and then the
Mhm.
woman should find somebody, because life is not supposed to be lived alone. That's why
So
I
what
say
would you say? What would you say in our society? When I say our society, in the Nigerian community, why do you think a lot of our men look for what they're not missing? I'm just using that word hypothetical. So what would you say is the reason?
um I don't think it's men. I think the whole world is going to hell in a hell handbasket right now, regardless of where you look in the world. I don't know what in the world is going on, but the reality is this: even within the cultures that allow a man to have more than one wife, you see, if you are not able to be satisfied with one, then you marry a second wife. Then you're not satisfied. Now, the other time you marry a dark skinned one. Now you marry a yellow pawpaw. Now you find one that is in the middle. You see, that's something within you. That's an issue that you have within yourself, that you need to go and sit down with someone, because you will never be satisfied, no matter how many you have. So again, I don't think it's the. I mean, I know this is particular about the Nigerian environment, but again, it's not just Nigeria. This is a worldwide thing. And like I said, you have people that are just hooking up. But you see, again, the issue for me is when I look 20 years down the line, 40 years down the line, how many men, I'm not talking about male, wants to be with that woman that everybody on every street has slept with? For the average man, the fact that you have a woman that other people or as fewer people has slept with as possible is important. And it's not the same. It's not like, oh, okay, for the average woman too. The fact that, I mean, this is just how men are wired. I didn't make them. This is just the wiring. To say, oh, she has, oh, he has 100 body count, so it's okay for the woman to have 100. No, a real man will not even touch you because his friends will be making fun of him. And Fanny Adugbo, nobody wants that. No, but no man wants that, and it's not the same. I didn't make the rule. This is just the way it is.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you answering my question, and I really like
Uh,
what you touched on women being electricity. Do you want
I'm
to say something?
I'm raising my hands here, if you don't mind, please.
Okay, go ahead.
May
Go
I?
ahead. Before
I'm
you
a
go
little
ahead,
bit.
hold on. Before you go ahead, I want to acknowledge the people that just came in. I think Man of Prestige is here. Man of Prestige, welcome to the show. After electricity finish, you're going to be next. And Righteous Man, welcome back to the show again. Go ahead, electricity.
Miss Adama,
Yes.
if need be, you can put me in the backstage if you need more people to come on.
Okay, no problem. I think electricity will handle that. Electricity, are we okay for now?
We're okay for now. There's
Thank
no
you.
notification that people are coming in, but I'm gonna
Okay.
post the link again.
All
We're
right, go
doing
ahead.
2 hours and 33 minutes. I don't know how long you want to go for. If you want to go for 6 hours, no problem. You're welcome.
Oh yeah. But
Electricity.
just go ahead with your question. What do you wanted to say?
All right. Uh, I need a bit of clarification on something Kandu said. You reference real man. Real man will not do this. Real man. It would be nice if you could can clarify what exactly who exactly is a real man. That's number one. And number two, in respect to virginity, does virginity only applies to the woman? And number three, this is to Ngozika. Ngozika, it would be nice for us to shed more light and in respect to the issue of orgasm in a woman or from a woman, because there appears or there seems to be confusion in that area, whereby some people don't even know what it is. So those are my three issues. I will appreciate if clarification can be provided as to real man. What does it mean to be that? Who is so? I'm a real man. Kenneth is not a real man, or righteous man is a real man. I'm not a real man. How do we class this? How do we arrive at that point? What's the meaning or definition of real man? Is it because I drink and I don't drink, so that makes Kene a real man and not a real man? Or because if I take care of my family or take care of myself, what does it mean, please? Thank you. I yield the floor back and I take myself backstage. God bless you. Cheers.
Thank you. Kandu, do you want to start off answering that, or before you start off
I'll wait for me since Ngozika to go, and I'll
Okay,
go after.
thank you. Thank you. Ngozi, do you want to answer what he said about what did he say about something about
Orgasm.
orgasm?
Orgasm.
I know that's where your mind is.
Oh,
You
Jesus
remember
have
that part.
mercy. All right. So okay, disclaimer, I'm not a health professional. I am just a young woman who has a lot of female in her circle. And suffice to say that I do get people's confidence easily, especially women, because they know I am quite outspoken about this. So, a little background. I have said this at the beginning. Let me reiterate again. For the longest time, people did not know I was not sexually active because I was always the loudest in this kind of conversation. Now only my voice they hear. And it was sort of a defense mechanism because when you talk like this, they're like, they think that was why I was just laughing. When Mr. Kandu was talking, I was just smiling because when they see you, you're the one that they like, oh, don't go there. Don't, that girl, she too tear eye. Don't go near her. And you are safe, except when you meet the devious ones, the really mischievous ones. You are safe. It kind of gives you some sort of protection. So back to this orgasms. I I don't know how to say this without being offensive, but
No, say it
Nigerian
whichever
men,
way that makes you comfortable. That's why your camera is off. We
that
all are
but
adults here, so don't feel shy. If you want
it's
me to
not
help
even
you out,
shy.
no,
I
no,
am
no,
not
no,
even
just say it.
I am not shy. I'm just it's a lot. It's a mouthful. So I think Nigerian men generally are romantically lazy. And romantically lazy, it often transcends to sexually lazy. The average Nigerian man, I'll give you an example. Yesterday I was going through the Twitter, that X, and somebody put up a picture, a video of a Liberian couple dancing. The lady is really beautiful and curvy. The guy is also handsome. And Nigerian men were in the comment section. I heard that the video was actually trending on Twitter, on TikTok, and somebody brought it to Twitter because I'm more active on Twitter. So somebody brought it on Twitter and was like, if you see the way they are roasting this couple, telling this guy that if it is in Nigeria, they will use money and collect his babe. Nigerian girls, they too like money. And I was so sad because remove money. And I say this with all respect as somebody who had a dad and who has a brother and who wants to have a son and who has nephews. I say this with all respect. Nigerian men, if you pass money, I don't think say again any other thing when I won't give woman or know how to give women. If he pass money. And that is why when they can no longer provide, they want mad. And it's sad because they're often always the loudest. So for people who are so loud and so braggadocious, you would think there is more to them than just throwing money around at women or making mouths when it comes to women. But you just The average Nigerian man, if he pass using money to impress woman, and they're the one that coined this whole nonsense that Nigerian women like money. Meanwhile, it's just them projecting. That's the only thing they know how to do.
No, but because I kind of don't agree on that part that they are the one that project it.
No, they are the one. Let me learn so that you. I'm trying to walk you through something. You see,
Okay.
there's something about projection. When I am terrible at washing plates, and I don't want people to laugh at me for not being able to wash plates.
What is washing plates? As in,
No, so no. Sorry, that's a very wrong excuse. Because I know someone I don't spoil. When I'm very terrible at sweeping, maybe sweeping the compound, and I don't want people who are passing, our neighbors who are passing, to pass and say, see this one, we can't sweep the compound. I will see my sister that probably sweep the compound better than me. When I see people pass, I'll be like, come on, give me that broom, you that you don't know how to sweep. Every time, if I keep saying it over
Ngozi,
and
why are
over again.
you, sorry for cutting you short, but why are you acting like a Kene now, speaking in tongues? Because, and
No,
I don't
I'm
understand
not
all this
speaking in tongues.
idiomatic.
I'm just using. No, I use the washing plate, but I realized that it has sexual in it. It's a sexual innuendo for most people.
I'm kind
So
of
that was why I
confused
had to choose
Yes.
because I'm
another.
confused when you say wash plate. I'm kind of confused. Are you talking about
That
a
was why I had
blowjob?
to use another example because I know most people were going to start thinking about
No,
giving
but
head
be
and receiving
specific. Are
head.
you talking about a blowjob? Are you talking about
That is what. No, I'm just talking about doing dishes. Normal
Regular,
doing dish,
normal washing plates with soap.
kitchen in
That's
the
what you're
kitchen
saying.
sink. That is what
Oh,
I meant. When
okay.
you
Because the question was about orgasm, so I kind of like how the dishes get into it. So you're going
No,
somewhere with
no,
a
no, no,
story
no, no,
about
no,
it. Go
no.
ahead.
When I get orgasm, So when you see that your sister, you can't sweep, you can't sweep, and because for some reason you can't sweep, and you are not making any effort to learn how to sweep, so that people will not laugh at you. So you see your sister trying to sweep, and you see people passing, and you go like, "Come on, give me that thing." Every time you be doing all that nonsense, you don't know how to sweep. So when you keep saying that, you reinforce a narrative every time. Aruba, like it's saying in Igbo language that once an abomination lasts over a year, for a year, it becomes a norm. So when you keep saying that, it reinforces a narrative, and that is how this whole thing about Nigerian women liking money started. Let me give you a practical example. When you see a rich Nigerian, be it a man or a woman, check the number of people dobalaying for him or her. It is always mostly men. This is no cap. Boss, my oga, chief, na wetin you go dey hear. But somehow they found a way, and I think I don't know what sociology they use. They found a way to twist it that it is women. Oh, it is women that are gold diggers. Nigerian women are too, but they are the one that are always throwing money at these women because they can't do anything else. They don't want to do anything else. They are afraid to do anything else. They don't have the time to do anything else, and they bring it to the bedroom. He will marry his wife, a virgin or not, it doesn't matter. He pays the bills, takes provides, and when it's time to do the do, he just climbs and do pam 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 and he's off. Now, for most women,
Gussie, what did you say? Say that part again. He just commented.
he climbs and do pam 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 and he's gone.
Like
Now,
two
for
minutes, like two
most
minutes, man, right?
even if it is 1 hour, I get the ones where go they dig hole. I say they won't dig. I've heard things in this my short life. Oh. People don't want to do the things I've heard because I used to do this. I used to do online sex toy sales. So I've heard things. Oh, you don't want to hear some of the things I've heard. They'll climb and do pa pa pa, and then they are gone. And see, most women, it's not their fault too, because this is what they've been used to. That is why I laugh when men say, my wife dare not cheat on me. She cannot cheat on me. I take care of her. I do everything for her. Oga, what she just needs is one person mistakenly touch her when you've not touched her before. If you see that woman again, I know wetin cause am. And they have this notion, men, they don't want to, and I'm speaking specifically about Nigerian men because they're my brothers and I want them to do better. They have this notion that they can't understand, they don't understand the woman body, they don't understand the makeup sexually, how what makes a woman tick. They don't understand it. They think And there's a study, I'm trying to find it, but I can't use my phone right now. There's a study that shows that a good percentage of women do not orgasm through penetration. Most men do not know that. A good number of women do not orgasm through penetration. Everything but penetration. So what? But they think they're once they even use it and make mouth to their friends. You hear, because I grew up around, like I said earlier, I was very loud about this kind of thing, so it drew guys to me as friends. So I was already hearing very braggadocious statement like I fuck nonsense come off for her body. I was going at it for 30 minutes, and I always pinch myself. Now how you they dig 30 minutes, and I will.
May I interject you there, please? You still have the floor. I plead for the floor with the moderators there. You said something very outstanding, which I'm going to push on again, please. You did say that majority of women don't experience orgasm through penetration, which I 100% agree with you from both study experience. That being the case, what is expected of the man, or how should the man go about in bringing the woman
I'm coming to
to
that.
that
Let me
spot?
finish
All right.
telling you how
Thank
they
you very
brag
much.
about. They will brag about, I went at it for over 30 minutes and she was just, I went at it. I really showed her who is the boss. And I'm pinching myself and I'm wondering, you're not even bothered if she enjoyed it. You only bragging about how you were on top of somebody's child for 30 minutes and they probably said nothing to you. They probably didn't moan. And you find that something to be proud of. You're proud of yourself. And the few times I venture to ask, they'll tell you, there's this slogan I heard that off me. Everybody should hustle for their own come. He off me, I swear. I'm like, what? They said, now I go they hustle my come. Make she teach the hustle for her own come. I was like, wow. Wow. So that means I'm not imagining things. You really do not care whether a woman orgasms or not. You are only interested in yourself orgasm releasing. And they say yes. So the few ones that have listened, I told them that explore. I belong to a hiking, most of you know I hike. Before I left the group, I used to do this uncomfortable discussion thing with them where I will just randomly start talking about these kind of things. And it opened my eyes to a lot of things. These are young people, 20s and 30s. Most of them did not know these things I'm saying, that most women did not orgasm by penetration. So we started having this conversation. And one of them asked me, so, Ngozi, so what makes a woman orgasm? What are the ways a man can make a woman orgasm? I'm like, use every other thing. Since your penis is not making her come, try other things. Use your fingers, use your tongue, use, like, experiment. Most people, for most women, for some women, their orgasms do not even have anything to do with their vagina. Yes, their orgasms have nothing to do with their vagina. But because we eat this social construct of sex being all about the vagina, once it does not concern that place, it's not sex for them. Most of them, once you suck on their boobies, they're okay. Kissing, cuddling, all those kind of things, it's what makes them tick. So experiment with your fingers, experiment with your talk about it. Talk about it, for crying out loud. If you can talk about everything else, why can't you talk about sex? Talk about it, ask her questions. And I don't mean, baby, are you enjoying it? That's a very silly thing. If she was enjoying it, you don't need to ask. Any man that needs to ask a woman, babe, are you enjoying it? That, oh guy, you are doing fuck up, you are messing up. If you have to ask that question, you are really doing nonsense. Don't bother. If you are doing well, she will tell you. You are going to hear her scream it. You are going to hear her moan it. So, farabale with the
I beg, I they go church tomorrow.
I don't know if that answers your question, but these are the ways you can make women orgasm aside from putting your phallus into that place. Use your fingers, use your tongue, talk to her about what makes her tick. If she has a sex toy, use it on her and play.
And
And
there's one particular one called Rose. You know, let's we are
every
all
woman
adults
should have
here.
that one.
Yes.
Every
I
woman
mean,
should
if
have
you
that
know,
one.
yes, there's one, Ngozi, you covered it. I just wanted to throw one in so that the men, they can be open minded about this thing, and and it has nothing to orgasm has nothing to do with age. I don't want to hear people saying, "Oh, I'm this age, I'm this age, I'm this age." No, if you can't take your woman there and back, you failed at your duty as a man. I'm
No, you
sorry.
need, if they need help, they can seek help. There's nothing wrong in seeking help.
I agree with that too. So why we're saying that, Bumi is Bumi still here, or she left?
Yes, I am.
All right, go ahead, Bumi. You wanted to say something. I saw your chat. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I
After
wanted to
you finish
say,
Man of Prestige, hold on. I'm sorry for cutting you off. After you finish Man of Prestige, you're going to mute. You'll be next after Bumi. Thank you
I'm
for
like
being patient with
persistent.
us.
I know. Miss Adama, before she goes,
Oh,
I
oh,
wanted
sorry,
Miss.
sorry.
Yeah, okay, no
Yes.
problem. Okay, no problem.
After Bumi, can you
Yeah,
answer
after her,
Christopher?
after her,
Thank
after
you.
her.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I wanted to add to the point in terms of when you mentioned orgasm. Um, when I reflect on where, like, growing up in Nigeria, I realized that sex, just as so many people have mentioned, was not really talked about. When I truly got to know about more about sex and that was mostly when I moved out of Nigeria, and I was talking to my classmate in school. That's fully where I understood that whole concept from. But also now I'm a bit older, I talk to other people older than me, and I realized that over here it's a very easy conversation to have. I work with my colleagues and they really talk about it very openly. So you get to really understand. So you see the question of how do you make a woman or how do you make a man to whatever, it's not something you ask at the age of 40 or 50 because it's something that you already talk around with your peers or like you learn about it in school and everything. That it's a bit sad that we don't have that kind of environment that encourages conversations about that topic because there are 9 billion or is it 8 billion people on this planet. They didn't just appear, they all came to existence based on sex. So it's sad that we don't talk about something that is literally what created us or is what's keeping us for how many years, the reproductive system. I just wanted to mention that I have had more knowledge about sex outside of the country than I've ever had in the country. And that plays a big role, like the society, in terms of like they don't really value that. And maybe that might lead to a lot of cheating that we're talking about right now.
So what will you say, Bumi, when you say that? I said that to Ugozika when I said when the coach I don't like using the word culture. When the society is not open about talking about it, they frown at it. When you talk about it, when a woman says or expresses what she wants, you're being labeled a particular way. And I want to emphasize on this. There's a difference between a woman who knows what she wants and a woman who gets around. Those are two different things. So what would you say is why do we frown upon it? Why are we not open like we are here in the diaspora, wherever you are calling in from? So what would you say is part of the reason?
I think that's what I kind of mentioned when I was talking about is when you objectify certain people, when you have a classic system in terms of like this person opinion is important than the other. When we say, oh, a man is is not equal to a woman, or when you start putting those kind of ideas into people, then you create this idea that okay, this person's need is not important. It's like we all know cheating is not acceptable, but we are kind of okay to understand a man cheats compared to a woman cheats because we have accepted that because the man is at the head, and he's the head of the family, he can mess up sometime. But as a woman, because you're below him, how dare you do that? This is not to say in the West they don't also have this system of, the man always gets what they do have it, but you can see how like they're slowly, or just like Mr. Ikulala says, that they're creating rules or system to slowly change that mindset so that each and every one of us can be equal, or at
Bumi,
least
can you hold on one second? Mr. Jago, could you please turn off your camera? Thank you. Go ahead. Sorry about that, Bumi.
so I just think that is because of we keep on we like this oppressive dilemma where the man or forever stays at the top, so he gets what he wants. This is not to say men in Nigeria don't get orgasm, they do, but because they are the most important in the family structure, we don't pay attention to the woman, and that's why you hear question that how do you make a woman orgasm, because they don't care about you, you're not important. So I think that's where that comes in that culture side, that we see women as objects. Until that changes, we're forever going to treat women like that, and all this cheating stuff will never end.
Thank you so much, Bumi. I appreciate you answering my question. I think Kandu left. Kandu, are you still there? I think he left. Now I'll hand it over to Man of Prestige.
Let me
Man of
quickly leave
Prestige.
so Mr. Kandu can come back and answer his question, then I'll come back later.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Man of Prestige, could you unmute? You're next. Welcome to the show. We're talking about. Do you know what we are talking about, or do you want me to tell you?
Mr. Dama, Mr. Dama,
Sorry, you're
Miss
back.
Ngozi left so that I can come in
Oh,
before.
okay.
Yeah.
Kandu, go ahead. Go ahead. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay. Thank
Sorry
you,
about that,
ma'am.
Man of
No,
Prestige. You
no,
must.
no wahala, no wahala at all. So the question from electricity, our pastor, was that what is a real man? And it's a loaded question, and I'm sorry if it came across in that way. But what I meant by that is in society, I said even in the olden days, however many thousand years ago, it is the strongest men that get to mate and have their offspring go into the next generation, not just any guy. So that quote unquote real man is even into this society. The vast majority of women wants the top 20% of men. That's what they want. And I heard what Ms. Bumi said. It's not for me personally. It's not about a woman is lower than a man. That's not it. But the reality is, these days, the vast majority of women want a man who is taller than them, who is stronger than them, makes more money than them. How do you want more, 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 more? How can more be equal? Yeah, we have equality as human beings, but the things that you're looking for in a man are things that are superior in whatever language you want to use to describe it. So when I say, maybe I should not say I've said real men. All I'm saying is the vast majority of men that are doing well, that have the good job or good business, that the vast majority of women want. Those are not your regular guy. Yeah, even the regular guy will still get whatever women. But what most people want is in limited supply. And I cannot manufacture more men that make 200,000. I cannot. In America, for example, you hear a lot of women say, "I want a man who is over 6 feet tall." That math will never match because the number of men in America. Hold on, the number of men. Hold on. The number of men in America that are over 6 feet tall, they're not even up to 8%. But the number of women that want them are in the 70% and above. How are you going to get something that doesn't exist? So that's what when I say whether it's in Nigeria, and I'm not talking about some person who just come across money overnight. Reasonable man, even if he's going, even I don't ascribe to men cheating. I don't. But a reasonable man, even if he's going to do such a thing, is not going to bring it home or let another woman outside bring it to come and affect his kingdom. He's going to protect that kingdom with everything that he does. But to think that some woman is going to be out there, you can go from this guy to that guy, and you want the type of man that's going to. I would not want to be seen a mile away from you. If you're sleeping with this guy, you're sleeping with that guy, and I'm going to claim you as my wife at a Chris. Where do they do that?
But can do we still accept you when you sleep with other women now? And you
No,
come
no,
and
but that's
Is
not
no,
what you.
no
That's
life.
not what he's
No,
saying.
Miss
You're
Sope, life is not
misunderstanding him.
fair. Life
You're
is not
misunderstanding
fair.
him. You're
Life is not
misunderstanding him.
fair. Life is not fair. This is the way it is. You can, I mean, you can. Anybody can say, "Hey, I'm a woman. I can do the same thing." But to what end? What type of a man are you going to have that's going to allow you to do the same thing and still be with you? What type of a man allows that? Maybe the lower 20% of men,
So,
but
but
not the
Mr.
top.
Kandu,
Not yes, ma'am.
I'm kind of confused. I'm kind of I am kind of pushing back. How I understand what you're talking about, women being promiscuous, but how what does that have to do with infidelity?
I don't. What I'm saying is, I preface it by saying when I was married, I never cheated, and if I ever do again, I will never cheat. So I don't. I mean, I don't really understand the point of going. You're married and you're going outside of that relationship. You should try and figure out whatever is going on. Try and listen to your woman how to make it better so that both of you can you know, enjoy what it's supposed to be. But in terms of, I mean, I don't even understand the point. And that's why earlier I said, even in cultures where you're allowed to have up to four wives, if one doesn't do you, well, like 33 will not do you. That's an internal problem within you that you're not able to solve. So you need to go and sit on somebody's couch and figure out what is it about you that is making you go to this one, you go to that one. But to say that, oh, I mean, I'm not saying that anyone is saying that, but that within a marriage, because your husband cheats in a marriage, especially in the Nigerian culture, and now you go and mess up yourself and everybody, you'll be a laughing stock of the whole community. I mean, whether it's right or wrong is not even my issue. That's just what it is. Even in this America, except I'm seeing something different in the 20 something year old now, where everybody can just sleep with everybody. But even in this America, for the type of men I'm talking about, if a lot of people knows that you've been slept with, nobody's gonna marry you. And some people will say, "Oh, people are even marrying strippers." What type of men are those? Just because they have a couple of dollars, those are not men. Money doesn't make you a man. It's just one of the proceeds of being a man.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you answering that question. Electricity, could you come back? Has he answered your question before I move to the next person? I think
No, no. Kandu, I'm getting a little bit confused. Thank you for bringing me back in. I'm confused with your narrative. I have to be honest with you. And I'm reading the comment section as well. At Luke, I wish she can comment. So she's also confused at the narrative. If what kind of a man is he if he marries? If he end up with a stripper? Kandu, I don't know what. Do you believe people can change? If you believe people can change, then that means I can marry a stripper. People change in life, and we need to learn to draw a balance because strippers are human beings. Some of them circumstances force them in doing such thing. And some of us that grew up in the hardship back at home, circumstances force us to do certain things that we never wish for. That doesn't mean he's not a real man. You still not define to me what is who is a real man. Will I say my father is not a real man because he was unable, doesn't have the financial wither to train me and left me for my uncle? Will you say he's not a real man, even though he failed in certain things? That is not the case. When we use words, that's why I want clarification. How do you define a real man? How would you say I'm here now at 2 a.m., 2 past a.m. my time discussing this issue? I'm not a real man because some will say I'm wasting my time talking. Real men don't talk like this. How do you define a real man? What are the criteria? What are the yardstick? Is a 2 minute man not a real man? Is it a 5 minute man a real man? It's confusing. You've not answered the question. I mean, I have to be honest with you. I have dated a prostitute in my life before. And this is full disclosure now. And she's one of the best person I've ever met in my life. And when she told me her story, then you apply what we call empathy in addressing certain things, because things do happen. People find themselves in a place where they don't wish to find themselves. Go ask immigrants, those of us, even those that come from Mexico, those that find themselves in situations. Would you say they are not real men or real women? Come on, let's be realistic here. We are human beings. When we use this word, the fact that I cheated on my girlfriend or wife, does that make me not a real man? The fact that I lie Jesus said, let him that hath no sin cast the first stone. And these are those who wants to condemn people who claim to be real men, but yet they could not throw the stone on the woman who committed adultery. Who is a real man can do? You've not answered the question. I yield the floor back and I go backstage again. Thank you.
All right. Before he answers that question, because we have people here who have not speak, and we are going to go to the second round.
Apologies again. I'm going to remove some people because people are trying to come in. So
Okay.
those of
Okay.
you
Yeah,
who have
that's why I
spoken
want to.
before, I'm going to
Okay.
remove some of you. So those of you
Hi,
trying to
Adanma.
come in, just give me
Yes.
like 30 seconds. Okay, I'm going to take some people out and bring some people back.
Adanma, please, can I have a few seconds to clarify on what he might have been referring to as a real man?
Okay. I'm going to give you 2 minutes, but before I do that, I need to ask permission from Man of Prestige and Mr. Jonaba. They've been waiting so patiently. So, Man of Prestige, do I have your permission to give him 2 minutes to speak?
Yes, you do.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Back to reality. You have the 2 minutes,
Please,
and it starts now.
please, I still have question for Ngozeka, and I will be going to bed this after 2 a.m. in Nigeria.
Okay, after back to reality and righteous man, I have to take Man of Prestige, then I'll come to you. Then I'll go to Jonaba. Is that okay? Go ahead, back to reality. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Pastor, I believe that I think you've completely misunderstood what Kandu was trying to say. Yes, he clarified that he probably made a mistake using the word real man, but he's referring to a certain caliber of man. Okay? Not all men are equal, period. So he's referring to men that occupy a certain social status in most societies, a certain social status or a certain degree of attractiveness to women. So if that kind of person is dating a prostitute, it not only devalues the person's public reputation, it can also affect the person's ability to create revenue. So what makes you that big guy is affected. Because if other men don't respect you, most men don't want to do business with you. Period. Your business, if you had a business that was listed on the stock exchange, it loses value if you're the face of that business, of course. Okay? So there are more things to it. It's not just, the crudeness of men hating on prostitutes. I believe that people can change. But some caliber of men, it would be seriously detrimental, almost suicidal to their career to involve with a prostitute or someone who is in that kind of business. But that's besides the point. Thank you guys for having me on the platform. I want to talk specifically on the topic that was covered before, where they were talking about fidelity between men and women. So there's something can do is trying to explain that I guess people are also still not getting. Because the truth is, fidelity is only a problem amongst the most attractive men in society. These include men that are probably wealthy, good looking, tall, have a good public reputation. Most women want this kind of men. Okay? And if you are in a relationship with this kind of man, most times he clarifies to you that he might have to explore his options. If he does, would you say that he's just being unfairly, or he's just being, how will I put it? Would you say that he's cheating on you? Even though the conversation has been had prior to. I welcome anybody to ask me a question anytime while I'm talking. I don't mind. Because, and there was, besides that, there was something else.
So let me interject.
Good. Yeah, interject.
You made some remark, that so are you saying that women don't find most of us that's only about 5'10" attractive? Is that what you're saying? Have to be 6 feet and above to be attractive to men? What are you saying?
Those are the most attractive people.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I mean,
Can I say something?
Okay.
Can I say
this is what I'm going to say. There's some
Please,
polls on that, but go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I say
go
something?
Ahead. Go ahead.
Man of prestige. I'm going to let him have his time. When it's your time, whatever you don't agree that he says, then you can pick up from that. But let him finish. We cannot have this back and forth unless we get to have people. If we allow it, a lot of people will not speak. Please, if you don't mind. Is that okay with you?
Oh, no problem.
All right. Thank you, sir. Go ahead. Back to reality. I'm timing you. You have 2 minutes left, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Also, the stuff that Ngosika was talking about, I think that's a good conversation to have, especially for people that are married. It's necessary that they learn would I call it sexual etiquette or bedroom etiquette. It's good that they learn how to please their women, But there are some statements you mentioned about some guy saying, "Oh, I give her for 30 minutes." Most times, if you actually try to find out, you will see that those guys are referring to women that they had casual sex with. When it comes to casual sex, it's all man to themselves. For the most part, at least that's how guys look at it. If you're someone's wife or in a serious relationship, of course, it's very necessary you try to please them. But if it's casual sex, I have no interest in really trying to please you. I'm trying to please myself. So that's that on that. That's that on that. I forgot some of the topics we were talking about earlier.
No. We're just sticking to infidelity. We're about to start the other one. So
Okay.
if are you done? If you don't mind me getting to the next person, or you still wanna? Are you done?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you. Man of prestige, you're next.
Yeah, go ahead. Let I have all day. Go ahead and let righteous man speak away because he's in Nigeria.
Thank you so much. Righteous man, can you ask Ngozika your question? Ngozika, are you listening?
I'm listening.
Okay, righteous man, go ahead, ask Ngozika your question.
Man of prestige, I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Ngozika, in your submissions, you did mention what the men normally do is tam, and they are done. Have you considered that the man and the woman, that there are some areas that a woman needs to perform. Your submission looks as if it is the man, it is the duty of the man to perform optimally to satisfy the woman, without considering that it is an equal, what adjective will I use? It is an equal adventure that both parties supposed to play their roles accordingly when required. And it is not only made for a man to always initiate, perform, satisfy, while the other fellow lies like a wood on the bed. Have you considered that? That it shouldn't be the man always. So what do you have to say about that?
Ngozi, I'm going to give you 2 minutes to answer this, if you don't mind.
Very well. So, Mr. Righteous Man, I hear you and I hear you loud and clear. But I am speaking as a woman. If men feel women do not perform, that is for them to speak. I am speaking as a woman what I expect, or what women that I've spoken to expect from women. There's this other conversation. The side you're going to is another conversation entirely of what the sexual dynamics between partners. I'm just speaking generally that men need to do better. Nigerian men need to do better, because when it comes to sex, when it comes to relationships, when it comes to love, romantic relationship, they are very lazy. I don't know if that answers your question. So yeah, women, of course, women, it should be a two-way traffic. One person should not be doing all the job. But me, in this particular conversation, I am speaking of what I have heard women say they want, or what women say they experience. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you so much, Ngozika, for answering the question. We're going to go to Man of Prestige. Could you please unmute? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you everybody on this platform. It's about 6:26 to 6:27 where I am, probably in the Eastern Standard Time, about 9 something where you are. Adanma is probably about you're behind, right? It's probably about 8 something.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
people in Nigeria is probably in the morning time, and what's his name? Pastor, the same thing with with him morning time right now. But anyway, my greeting to you, Tope and Adanma. I know I consider you to be a very proficient, host. And the electricity is at
Thank
the back
you.
place, so he's a feeble host today. So let's call it what it is. So
Thank you.
having said that,
Thank you. Thank you.
so the topic today is about infidelity. So which is an unfaithful, relationship in a sexual or in a spouse or other sexual partner, right? That's what we are talking about right now, infidelity, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
we're going to talk about infidelity, betrayal, and
Okay.
lies.
Yeah, I just want to get my definition on that one right. So I will continue with my what I'm about to say.
Yes,
So
infidelity.
this infidelity can be very broad, to my own understanding. There can be emotional infidelity, and you are free to interject because you are the host. So as women, maybe you need to let them. Oh no! Before I proceed, I needed to say something. This is to Ngozika. You see, wisdom is not based on age. Ngozi had properly educated everybody in this panel, including me, what sexual relationship is all about. So everything that she said is 100% right. So kudos to you, Ngozi, okay? Yeah. So that's for that. So the infidelity can be defined in various ways. Some of them could be emotional attachment. Some of them could be, engaging in online, affair. What I mean by online fear, that this could be via the chat room, this could be via message, text, and some other exchange of photo and sexual, fantasy. Those are considered to be infidelity. But let me ask you before I proceed, Adam and Tope, My last one, the online infidelity. How do you see that narrative? That point I'm making. I say one is emotional, one is online. So do you agree with that online infidelity?
Yes, I do agree with the emotional part of it because while I was researching about this topic, I got to find out a lot of things. And emotional was something I never I heard about it, but I quite didn't understand what it is. But the more I read, kind of did my research, it opened my mind to what it is. And a lot of times when these emotions are involved, quote unquote, let me be real, we women were emotional beings,
Mhm.
but the men as well get caught up with their emotions as well. So yeah, I do agree with what you're saying.
So I think what about the online? The way I define my online infidelity, is that
So when you
comparable to
say
what?
online, are you saying about when people go to Facebook, they are still
Yeah, yeah.
keeping
Okay,
up with?
okay, okay.
Yes.
Let me make myself clear. Maybe I didn't clarify myself. I was saying there's different kind of infidelity. Then
Mhm.
I said about the online. I mean the emotional, infidelity, which is exactly what you just narrated. But then I said the second one of part of it is online infidelity. What I mean by online infidelity is when people engage in, any kind of sexual affair via chat room, message, text, exchange of photo, even pornography and some fantasy, something, we do just to satisfy our, whatever, we want.
So are you
But I'm asking the
accepting of that.
ladies, do you
I
all
do.
consider that to be
yes,
infidelity in your own?
yes,
I
absolutely.
do.
I take it. I do. I believe
Okay.
it's infidelity.
Okay. Okay. I just want to make sure we're on the same accord, because all those things, it's not just when people, involve themselves with other partners, emotionally or non emotionally, considered to be infidelity.
Yeah,
So there are many
infidelity doesn't penetration doesn't have to take place for infidelity to actually be real.
okay. Okay. So on the part of this infidelity is it's something about it being, it's a universal concept in my own opinion. I mean, everybody in the world, men and women, they partake in infidelity, But I will just speak general about infidelity. Then I will narrow my narrative to Nigerian point of view. I mean, they all encompasses everything. So infidelity is an infidelity. There's a problem when it comes to infidelity. I mean, you can cause a lot of problem, among the relationship. Depending on how you're committed to it, but you maybe have to find a way, to rebuild, the infidelity that come with this. I mean, you can get some headache, lack of affection, could be one of the problem, that can cause this infidelity. Lack of fondness. I think you mentioned it. Some of the things that can cause infidelity, love and care for each other definitely is one of them. We know with commitment, in a relationship, and breakdown of communication is very, very important, in the infidelity. So there's a lot of variable, that contribute to infidelity, but it's how you handle the infidelity, like men and women, we see sex differently. Women are more attached. They are more emotional when it comes to infidelity. This is why you have some men, they just go there, maybe hire a prostitute or just sleep with a lady. They're not emotionally attached to them, or they can have many girlfriends, but their wife is the only one they're emotionally, But women, they are not like that. They are very. I'm not saying all women, but because you have some people, that's pretty much their trade. So when you go there and have and the Olosho people, they don't have any emotional attachment. They look at it as business. So some men does that. It's not that they profit financially from it, but they profit what we call, just a satisfaction. There's no emotion. You just want to get over and come. Men, we can do that. I mean, if we don't want to prolong, whatever we're doing, like if you're having sex, I think we are free to talk anyhow, right? We're all mature people here, right?
Yes, 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 yes.
Absolutely.
This is the feel for
Okay.
it. Yes, sir.
Okay. You can pretty much invest emotionally when you're doing with your partner, that you're in love with. It's gonna come deep in you. And you're gonna take your time to satisfy, your partner, like I think goes, eloquently stated, everything doesn't necessarily have to be about penetration. You know, you can call your wife and do every kind of things, I mean, for them to having an organism, I can only speak from my own point of view, is very important, to my partner. So I mean, that's the way I see it. I have to do everything that she wants. That's why you have to stay and talk to each other, knowing where each person is coming from. What satisfy each other and what not satisfy each other. So it involves a lot of variety. So that's where that's where I look at in that aspect of infidelity. And you'll be talking what drove men away to have some infidelity. As a man, I can only speak from men point of view because I don't know about women. Um, I think some of us like to feel that we are wanted. you know, let's see how we're going to perform outside our marriage. I'm talking about, as people that are married, how we're going to, do we feel like, do we still feel like, attracted from, I mean, particularly somebody of my own age, about in the 50, right? So, you still feel whether you're going to be attracted to somebody else. Yeah, there's that one there, Men, we are just wired like that. We can invest our sexual act with with other partner without being emotional. But the person that we really love is the person we have to express our emotional to. So it goes both ways. Women are like that too, to a certain degree, but I would say men are more profound to behave that way. So speaking about on Nigerian space, about infidelity, I think that has to do with some culture. Because we are born, we are made to believe, polygamy is the right thing. So we have that building culture that one woman, a woman cannot satisfy us. So we tend to venture out, whether we have more than one wife, two, three wives, or something like that. Of course, I come from a monogamous family, so um, I don't really feel like that. Everybody is different, but in Nigerian culture, society, um, we had this idea of polygamy is everywhere. So that's one. Some people just don't. Some people believe one woman can satisfy them. So I don't know what they mean by satisfaction. Maybe they don't pay too much attention to their partner, to be with the person, to do whatever to satisfy. Then you have no need of going outside. So there's many things, like I'm saying, that encompasses this infidelity. I mean, I can go on and on and on. I mean, so that's what I have to say in regard to this.
Thank you so much. I
Mhm.
appreciate you speaking, man of prestige. Mr. Jonaba, I just want to acknowledge you and I need your permission. I need to allow Ify to speak, but I just want to take your permission so that you won't feel that I'm skipping you. But given this is the women are the hosts, if you don't mind, is that
Go
okay with
ahead.
you, sir?
Go ahead, man.
Thank you, sir. Ify Ndewo.
Good evening, Uncle John. Uncle John, why would they even beg you, Sam? Hi, everybody.
Hello, Ify sis. How?
Hi,
Welcome to the
Sister Tope.
show.
Hi, Ungo. I think Ngozi left. Bumi,
Yeah.
hi,
Ngozi
man of
left. Ngozi
prestige.
left. Yeah, she just
Oh,
said
Ungo
goodbye.
left.
She said it's late. She needs to go get some
Hi.
sleep.
I understand. I
Yeah.
understand. Kene,
Welcome.
hi. Good evening, everybody. Jagun. Okay, I think I had a little bit of what you guys were talking about, but I think the summary of everything is all about communication. And I mentioned something like this last week, that our culture plays a role in the way we talk about sex. Remember, I said last week that, those days, when you want to talk about sex, you have to talk it so quietly. You don't even have that discussion with your parents. When you want to have sex, you have to close the doors and make sure nobody's around, before you can have sex. It's no longer that, at this time. But the point of the matter is that when you're talking about infidelity, my one thing that always comes to my mind, what are you looking for? I'm gonna be a little bit, what are you looking for? Is the same bola. It's either it's longer or it's shorter or it's smaller or it's fatter. That's it. Then you talk about VJ. It's either it's just 3 holes. So what are you looking for? What is it that you can tell your partner that, this is what I like and this is what I don't like? Or you're touching me where I like it, or you're not touching me where I don't like it. There is something I notice about Nigerian men in particular. Some things they will not want to do with their wife, but they will do it with an American woman. Why? Why? The things you want your wife will want you to do, you will not do it. But when you see American women, you will do it and do it times 10. I don't understand, because I mean, that's one of the things I heard, when I talk to some of my friends, and, that's one of the complaints, they will talk to you about. I don't know, maybe I'm seeing it differently, but I think men will be able to answer the question. Is it that they don't feel attracted to their partner, or is just that they are not open to talk about it, or just because American women are so different when it comes to sex, people consider them to be wild? Is it why you feel more comfortable doing everything you want to do with her, but when you come home, you just go numb? So I think men will be able to answer that question. I don't know, but I'm seeing it from a different perspective and a different angle. Whatever takes two people to tango. If both of you really love yourself, there is nothing that you both cannot talk about. You will talk about everything, no matter what. By my idea of infidelity, what scares me most about cheating is infection. Bringing something.
Yep, that's
That's
big.
what scares me most. Whenever you talk about infidelity, because sometimes people don't even care at that point in time, that few minutes, they don't care. And guess who you're gonna bring it to? Your wife. You can never tell. Most of us, women here, we all work in the healthcare. And I told you the other day, some of the chats you open it, you be like somebody actually sleeping with this person.
Yeah.
And you
Thing
see
is
two
that if
women
you see
fighting
people
over
coming
the
to look for
penis.
that particular person, you're like, wow,
Yeah.
interesting.
So, I mean, these are the conversations, the two parties involved need to be having. What am I doing wrong? Is it that I'm not attractive? Is it that I'm not? I mentioned last week that, women, you need to dress sexy. Those days are gone when you have to tie a wrapper to go to bed. It takes a little thing to get a man's attention. Take a shower, wear your sexy self. That will get a man's attention. I'm not saying that a man that will not cheat will cheat. A man that will cheat will still cheat. Whether you want to bow Kosone in bed, he will still cheat. Because sometimes men will tell you, oh, you can't keep trying one food every day. You try this way, and so, I mean, my own opinion is, I think more conversation needs to be, couples need to be having more conversation when it comes to that. But I know the people in diaspora, because of the schedule and the type of work, sometimes if couple find it difficult, to be intimate. But even the little time you will spend, spend it, make it romantic. Make it something like, okay, I'm going to make it up for the 5 days I'm not at home that I've been working. Make it matters. Make it appreciated. That is what it's supposed to be. When they say intimate, it means intimate. Two people. Make it loving. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ify. I like what you said. And I believe that when something really matters to you, no matter what kind of schedule you're running, you're going to make time for that thing. You're going to create time for that thing, just like you have time for every other thing you have going on in your life. If you really cherish that relationship, that marriage, you will create time for it. So I think we need to be more mindful of when we take on schedules, or we all want to what is the thing I want to say? Is never enough. No matter how much you earn, is never enough. You want more, but at the same time, we need to be mindful of our relationship, our marriage. Talk about things like put a schedule, go on a date. Make it romantic, make our time for one another. It doesn't have to be a restaurant. You can go on a date in your own private home. So I think we need to be very intentional, and we need to be vocal when we feel we are not getting what we need in a marriage, in a relationship. Whatever your situation is, express it to whoever you are in that particular relationship or marriage. Be open about it, like Yufi said. Thank you so much. Mr. John Aber, I'm going to ask you to unmute. Thank you. You are next. And thank you, sir, for being so patient.
Thank you for having me. Good evening from here, everybody. If we never finish our conversation now, which one then they do for outside that they do inside? Which one now? Because if I'm asking you a question, follow-up question, so that we learn, they say that you hear from your people, they complain is that with the men do all those stuff outside. Which one now? You are on reality show now. Make it more fun. It's getting boring. Talk. If I'm waiting for you.
I think I can help her answer that question. The question is, I think what she was trying to say is, when the more I've heard men say, "Oh, I can't have threesome with my wife. I can have that with a side chick."
It's like
And I'm
I
asking
never get
myself,
that. I never understand that.
and I'm asking myself, if you're married and threesome is your problem, why did you get married? All those should have been out of your system before you
I
settle
think
down.
if he's talking about different thing, right? If he, I know I understand what you're
Okay, go
trying to
ahead.
do, right?
Ify, go ahead. Do you want to
If you,
answer? I think she's busy with work. That's why I
okay,
didn't. Yeah.
all right.
Yeah,
I
what did you
mean,
say? What's your question? Sorry, I'm in
I
and
say
out.
you
Oh, go
say
ahead.
that you say that the Nigerian men, whatever they do with those women outside that they could not do outside, that you hear from your friends. What are that? Just be honest.
BJ,
Just be real. Mhm.
BJ, number one.
Going to the Netherlands.
Yes.
What is John Nava saying?
Yes, BJ. I don't know why a lot of, honestly speaking, I don't know why a lot of Nigerian men, let me say that, Nigerian men, let me not say African men, Nigerian, why is it so difficult? But the woman will give it to you guys. That is a clean plate finish.
Oh.
Huh? But when it comes to a woman, you
Don't
guys find
start.
it difficult. Why? Honestly, why?
Because they are selfish, Ify.
I don't understand. If you know what somebody will do to you, like it, do it to the person back. It will not be for anything to work very well. It don't have to be one way. It has to be two ways. Do me, I do you. If you know what your woman like, give it to the person. If you know what your man likes, give it to the person. John Abba, me, I know they lie to you. Our Nigerian men, hey, what are they? Honestly speaking. But when they see these people, even self, the way they will describe it, you'll be like, is it not the same VJ they are talking about?
But if it don't you also notice that Nigerian men, if their partners that are actually Nigerian actually give them blow jobs and they actually satisfy them, they kind of also start looking at the women in a kind of funny way, kind of condemn them,
Sister,
start
that's what I'm
asking
saying.
questions. They start asking questions that where did you learn this kind of thing
Sister,
from?
that's what I'm saying. You see, you don't like it, but when somebody else do it, you like it. Where did the person learn it from? Where did the person that gave it to you, where did the person learn it? You know, from somewhere, from television, from somewhere. That's why communication is very important. But we don't have those conversations. It's all about giriba, giriba, wham. That's it. No. Do we talk about fondo? We don't talk about that.
They don't talk about foreplay. They don't, foreplay.
We don't talk about that.
Like that. Just 1 minute and
1 minute. Yeah. But these are the
No,
things
no, no, no.
again.
That one I'm against. They're not all. No, no, no. We can't say that now. Some of our men are very good in bed. We can't.
I'm not saying all.
Yes,
we're not saying all. Ada.
Now I'll leave
I'm not
that.
saying
Yeah.
I'm not saying all, but I'm just saying generally. If you have a wife, do some things. I heard you said plan a date. My friend DJ, she will be like, "Oh, Ify, I don't know where to take CJ to. Hey, oh my God, where are we going? Let me figure out something." You do something to spice up the relationship. That's how you do it. You can leave the kids behind and, both of you will just go in a hotel and spend the night and come back, dress up, go to a big restaurant, sit down, light up the candle, even if you are home.
Okay.
But we don't
Thank
do
you.
it.
Thank you, Sister.
So, Mr. Janaba, did she answer your question?
Yeah. I just want her to let. I know we are in a sex therapy lesson here, so we can learn.
John Abba, me they teach you now. Why you go behave like that? John Abba, why you go disgrace me like that? So now me go teach you now. Me, I know you.
No. When I mean, no. To be honest, what I mean is that at least we are all here. It's not only Janaba hearing you now. We are all learning that, okay, this is what we are not doing. Some of us are not good at. So, and this is the, because it's serious to be serious, we're talking about infidelity, and we are saying this, okay, most of these things that you are looking for outside is like what you are looking for is from Sokoto Day or Sokoto. So make it work for you. And these are the reasons why we can have a good sex life. And that sex life can help us to build to avoid falling into this temptation of that will create a painful soul, because I believe what it does is your soul that tear you get torn apart. So what we are saying here is that we are listening to you guys, and I hope you guys will listen to us. And I think you guys have been balancing some of those things that okay, you two need to do your own part, and everybody have a part to play in order to make marriage work and to avoid this infidelity or lies is to have a free communication. And there are what in Hausa language there's what is called berimboga. So I think to avoid berimboga is what we are talking about, so that everybody can enjoy their marriage, and anything that is broken can be fixed in terms of how to be romantic, how to be involved, have open communications, whatever will make it work. And I think we all have had each other today, so we take a lesson. But I think we all have talked about cheating or infidelity is more than penetration, is emotional, is every other thing that men side of it and the female side of it. So hopefully we take this lesson home and make it work. I'll try it tonight.
Uncle John, don't mind them.
Thank you so much.
John Abba, please make sure you take your medication before trying it tonight. Just saying.
Oh, you think I'm too old to offend?
Let me say this right quick. Now you're talking about too old. I have a couple, I think 2 months ago in the clinic. The guy is 74 and the woman is 72. And guess what? She recently had a back surgery. And they came from Virginia to Emory here to have this surgery done. And the wife was complaining because she's battling with depression. And she said something to me. Part of my depression is that, can you believe at this age, at this stage with what I'm going through? When we went back to the hotel, my husband forced me to have sex with him. And honestly speaking, I didn't even know when I said, huh?
That one is a freak.
I'm telling you, 74, 72. And you're looking at the woman, she's even fragile. I'm like, hey. So when it comes to age.
Do you think, I mean, maybe she have his own sexual drive that is too much. Man, you are talking about the head of that woman. Is like she went through surgery, or what are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about her age and the surgery,
Should
her
be the
health.
surgery, not age now. Even 90, no, you guys say they should use tongue, use finger, use everything. Isn't all part of the sex? What are you talking
I know, but she just had a surgery. You need to let the woman heal.
She could have gone to the motherland with another thing then.
At 70 something.
70 something is too much. You guys are confusing us. We are trying to make people feel bad.
John, I've taught you where you like it. John.
You've touched him. You've touched him.
Tope, I'm summarizing my talk. I'll listen to your advice. I'll go and take medication and go to bed.
Big time, please.
Thank you so much, Mr.
All right,
Jonathan.
man. Thank
I'm
you.
going to
Thank
recognize.
you.
Have a good night.
Good night. Thank you. I'm going to tell Mazi Prince, welcome to the show. Could you please unmute if you don't mind? Thank you, sir.
Who is saying a freak? Hello, house. Hello, John Abaddon run because I won't give a mouth small. And Ify, thank you. Ngozi, you don't belong to Nigeria. You belong here. You should jackpot. I'm totally in support of you to jackpot and all that kind of a thing. And then back to the topic when we talk about cheating, infidelity, and lies. One thing, just like Bumi said, when you're in Nigeria, you don't know, they don't, they kind of like talk about sex in a hush word. But one thing I'm grateful for till tomorrow is being able to come to America. And I came at at the age where I was younger and I was very active. Man of Prestige, if you ask him very much about California, Man of Prestige will tell you in California we have, there is a club we have that we call it Power Exchange. At that place, you learn a lot. It's a club, but it's also other things going on, between the men and the women.
Is it a swing
And
club?
in that place, you are very much free to express yourself. When I say thanks to African American, then I used to have a Greek African American lady. She was the one that actually took me there. The thing is this: cheating is not, I know Man of Prestige was talking about emotional and whatever that he was talking about. It takes two people to tango, meaning it takes a man and a woman to be in a relationship, and that's to see that relationship flourish. You see, most when we talk, I'm gonna talk about Nigeria. I'm not gonna talk about other Africa, though I experimented with other African ladies. Sierra Leoneans, I doff my hat for them. They're good. Kenyan ladies, oh my God, I also doff my hat for them. They're also into that. So it's kind of like the two people have to know what it takes for them to really tango. Okay? It's not all about, oh, I'm a man, and then the woman comes, and then the next thing is lay down, and the dude just 1 2, it's done, and all that kind of a thing. That to me, I would say you are giving the woman 98% to look outside. And just like I don't know, I can't remember who said, when you don't do the right if you don't do it right, and another man touches your woman, your woman will be gone in a jiffy. So what am I saying in essence? It's only in Nigeria that I heard some people say, "Oh, you can't go down on a woman. You can't do this. You can't do that." And why am I saying this? I'm saying this when if he talks about culture. Okay, some will say, "Oh, the mouth you use in eating is the same." And I ask, "Is it not the same body? Is it not the same body?" Because even when you look at it, when they say, "Oh, that a man will leave the parents and the woman will leave the parents," what would they be? They become the same body, except if your wife's body, or kind of like she doesn't do her hygiene, then that's a different case. But in this whole thing is all about satisfying each other. I totally agree with the fact that sometimes you could go to the hotel, leave the children behind. You could, and not every time that it has to be penetration. It doesn't have to be that. It could be sometimes you give the woman some massage, just massage her and just let her be. Probably she went to work and she's going back to work the next day, very early in the morning. Now you want to do the do and all that kind of thing. No, study your woman's body, and your woman will also study your body too as a man. When you talk about infidelity meaning if it's a kene will say when you look at another woman's butt, you know. Um, I guess everybody have their specs, when it comes to that. For me, I might look at somebody, but it doesn't mean that I have any thoughts of, going there with the person. Okay. And the thing is marry somebody who is a friend. When I mean a friend, I don't mean marry somebody who you can have conversations with about everything, everything, everything. You know, I'm proud to say that I wish my wife was at home. I would have brought her to even speak on this. Okay. My exes do speak to me, but it's nothing except how are you doing and all that stuff. Being married does not stop you from talking to people. After all, when I left them, we never quarreled. I always leave people on great, always on terms before I leave, and I make sure the person is okay. Now that I'm married, I still talk to them, but it's nothing sexual, and my wife is aware of it, very much aware of it. Okay.
So,
When
Master
it
Prince,
comes to
Master Prince,
lies,
Master Prince, can you hold on? I have a question for you because you said something that piqued my attention.
sure.
So, if you would you be okay your wife having her exes contact her, even though you know it's nothing sexual?
So for me, pretty much that's like I don't know if I'm very much liberal. Okay, and it all boils down to trust. Yes, when my wife, there was a time her ex called her and they talked and she told me whatever they spoke about, she told me, which has nothing to do with either she coming back or whatever it is. People can talk. It doesn't mean because you're married then you keep grudges. It doesn't mean that. And what I always say this: marriage is not all about sex. It's also the way you treat, the way you kind of like relate with your wife. I cook with my wife, okay? And when she's cooking, I'm doing the dishes, and we're interacting, and we talk, kind of like we talk about our day and every other thing. Good a thing. Am I someone who we talk about politics? We talk about relationships, and we even talk about religion. Sometimes I know some people here feel that when I talk about religion, oh, that probably that I would if it's Tone, what did he even call me last Sunday? You know, but they forget that it's not all about you being too conservative that makes you a Christian. It's not. It's your heart that matters a lot when it comes to religion and all that kind of a thing. So lies, I don't know. I don't know. Um,
Mazi,
I wouldn't want to lie to her, and I wouldn't want
Mazi,
her to lie to me.
Mazi Prince, I just have a question for you, and probably my man of prestige or any other man. What do you all think about going to swing clubs with your partner? I'm not sure if anyone. I'm also asking. Has anyone ever gone to swing clubs?
And you want them to disclose that to you here?
No, I don't know
Um,
anything about it.
as
I
a
know if I have
as a
been there.
married man, I didn't go. As a married man, I didn't do swing club or that. But as in relate, what do you call it? In my bachelorhood, yes, I did that, which was fun though. Yeah.
Okay.
Tope, did
Okay.
he answer your question?
Yes, I just wanted to know what they thought, the men on the panel, what they thought about swing clubs or even going with their partners.
I don't understand. My question to you is, if they have been to swing
Um.
clubs, being
Okay.
married, so
I've
you
been there
knowing
a
our
long
men,
while
you
ago. I
think they
never
will
had
disclose that to you?
No.
I think. Can you hear me?
I haven't spoken on.
I know. Go ahead.
Can, yeah. Can you hear me?
Adanma said, you think they will disclose that? Why not? There's
Can you hear
something
me?
wrong with
Yes,
it.
I can hear you.
Yes. So
Speak now.
answering the question, right?
Okay, hold on, please, Ekene. Don't answer the question. Jago is next. Jago, please, you're next.
I'm not. Okay.
I just want to make
Thank
sure.
you.
Hold
You
on,
know
before
what?
you speak, I just want to make sure Mazi Prince is done. Mazi Prince, are you done with your submission before I let Jago speak? I think I lost him. Jago, you can go on.
Yes, I'm done. I'm done.
Oh, okay, thank you so much. Can I, and for the man that wants to answer Tope's question, once Jago finish, and can I think no. Okija is next, then Ame is next. Then we'll talk about that. Thank you.
Okay. I will answer both Ify and Tope's question.
Yes, because we're going for a second round. So you
Okay.
start the first round. So yeah, let's finish with Jago, Okija, and
Okay.
Ame. Thank you. And Madam Luke, welcome to the
Fine.
show. Jago, hold on one second. Jago, once you finish, Okija, can I have your permission? I'm going to have Madam Luke go next before you, if that's okay, because she's a woman. Okija, can you hear me?
Okija, we can't hear you.
Oh, yeah.
I said, is it okay after Jago finish? I'm going to go to Madam Luke. I know you were going to be next, but I want her to speak before you. Do I have your permission to allow her to speak?
Feeling there now. He's heard. Allow me to speak.
Jago,
So we can move
calm
on.
down, calm down. You're
I'm
going to
very
speak.
calm. I've been calm for so long.
Okay,
You ladies need to understand that
Jago,
I've been
please. We're
waiting.
not going to be doing this back and forth.
There we
I
go.
told you, hold on. I'm going to let you speak. So while I'm unmuted, nobody's allowed to be on mute. Please, could you mute yourself first? Jago, you're not muted, so you're not even following my instruction.
No, I'm muted in my mouth now. Isn't that enough?
No. I want to see your button muted. Thank you. Um, okay, are you there? If you can, please say something because I want Madam Luke to go next. Madam Luke, welcome to the show. You're next. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you coming. You're welcome to the show. Go ahead. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, great. Well, it's wonderful to be here. I have to still out from work to at least make this special appearance. Hopefully, I will be able to come more often. I'm trying to get away from the Nigerian political topics that are giving me high blood pressure. So this is very, very
Hello?
good.
Who is that? Who unmuted?
I think it's Okija.
Okija, after Madam Luke, you're going to speak. I was calling your attention, but you didn't respond. So once Madam Luke is done speaking, I'll come to you.
Okay, no problem.
All right, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Madam Luke, over to you. Sorry about that.
That's all right. What's your name, Miss Moderator, please?
Adanma.
Adanma, thank you. I know I saw Bumi, I saw Tope. Oh, good to have you guys, my sister. I miss Madam Ify. Welcome. Good to see you again, my honorable colleague. So everyone has given fantastic submissions about this topic, and what everybody has forgotten to mention is the spiritual aspect of a relationship. I did not say the religious aspect. I said the spiritual aspect of a relationship, and also the psychiatric component of a relationship. Everything that we talk about here, infidelity, um, lack of intimacy, everything has to come down to your spiritual background and also your psychiatric background. What we have in our cultural setting are a bunch of disconnected individuals. They were not born in love, they were not raised in love, and they expect that going to church and using the Bible to cover it is going to help you fix a lot of problems. I was listening to people, somebody like Mr. Kandu, and most Nigerian men are extremely very sexist when it comes to talking about what a woman needs to do and how she needs to comport herself. With all due respect, if we were all mature individuals and whatever happens in Las Vegas stays in Las Vegas, there's nobody that's going to be pointing fingers about what you did and what you did. It's just because most Nigerian men talk too much. Even if a man has slept with 50 women, you don't get to hear about it. But when a woman sleeps with 50 men, it becomes a problem. And they now think that you have to be a laughing stock or you have to be a freak or something to be mocked and nobody will marry you. Meanwhile, you are marrying a dog who has slept with practically the whole village. Yes, men and women are made differently. We can't overstate that. But my wish is that we live in a world where both women and men will be accorded the same respect and the same chances and be held responsible equally for their actions. It's nothing about being a man's world. Because you were a man, a woman brought you into this world. So I don't know where that is a man's world came from. So coming back to the topic, infidelity has to do with your total spiritual disconnection. Most men never raised their sons in love. Daughters were never connected to their fathers. And I always say it in other forums. I said I was raised by a single dad. So men cannot understand why if I sleep with you tomorrow, I don't give you a call. It's just the way I was wired. I was raised by a man. So I think like a man. That's how I'm conditioned to think. I'm not mushy. Even with my children, I can't tell them I'm more stoic. So one brush doesn't paint all, doesn't suit all. So we cannot generalize and say, oh, because this happened, you are no good. Like Mr. Electricity said, we have to have empathy. Most of the ladies in Nigeria now, they are dealt a very terrible hand. Even when I was in school, I was harassed by my lecturers. When it was time to get a job, I was harassed by my employers. So you men, you need to check yourself because the kind of women you're churning out in the society, you are the ones creating them by your own standards. You leave your mommy at home, you leave your sisters at home, but every other woman you have there is fair game. So when it comes to infidelity, it becomes with a total lack of spiritual commitment. When you're not committed spiritually to your spouse, why would you not look elsewhere? When you are not born in love, why would you not look elsewhere? Everything is opportunistic and everyone is, what will I say? It's a contract. By the time I was 23, I finished my youth service. The next thing they told me I had to get married. I said, for what? I don't even know myself. Is it to escape poverty? And lastly, virgin or no virgin, people change. What you like today is not what you're going to like tomorrow. People drift apart. I work in the healthcare and I see these old people that grew up together. They sleep in separate rooms. The only thing they've ever known is themselves. And it doesn't mean that they don't love each other, but they sleep in separate rooms. They have become roommates, and that is how we grow up to be. Now, sex, after a certain age, even if you want to have all the sex in the world, you can have it. So, what are we talking about? So, you have to deal with the commitment and the friendship. But growing up in Nigeria, I'm sorry, I had to come outside the country to understand how my body can react to sex. Because when I was in Nigeria, it was like one bam, thank you, man, up to the next one. We do not know how to commit spiritually, emotionally, and psychologically. We are all drifters. And you go into your marriage, you are a drifter. And that's why the divorce rate is so high. You come there to give birth and have children. You have fulfilled societal obligations. So what next? So, my dear people, infidelity is always going to be with us because what you like today is not what you're going to like tomorrow. You might see, and I would tell most people, you meet your soulmates after you are married. Think about it. Because when you got married, you were pressured into getting married. You don't even know yourself. You start breeding kids, and you get stuck up in this cycle of financial and social quagmire. When you settle down and you now understand yourself and you cured your psychiatric and religious bigotry, and you think somebody you can connect with, then you meet your soulmate because you know yourself. So, my dear people, that's all I have to say. Infidelity is always going to be here. Is it a bad thing? It's left for who is supposed to judge. For me, it's not because I'm not religious. If it doesn't work, get out. Whether you're in a marriage or you're not in a marriage, that's my business. If you see somebody you like, go for it. If you make a mistake, come back home. As long as that person is waiting to take you back. This life is only one life. Make it count. Thank you, my people.
Thank you so much, Madam Luke. I'm so excited to be on the panel list with you. I'm
Me
honored.
too. Me too, Madam Luke. Thank you so much.
I'm so honored. Niger Watch, we
Thank
finally
you.
have
Thank
Madam.
you.
Thank you, Madam Luke.
Thank you.
Yeah, good to hear from you. Long time.
Thank you so much, Madam Luke. And we're going to go to Jagun. Jagun, you're next. I'm sorry about that. Go ahead. You're next.
Finally, ladies, I've been waiting here patiently, and I haven't at all been happy with this conversation that everybody's having. And I'm wondering many things at this time. And I'm hoping that you'll give me time to land. Because one, I've been waiting patiently. Two, I understand the length of time that everybody has had. One, the first thing I must talk about is we're speaking right now about a matter of relationship between men and women of all levels. And we're wanting to be honest and open. And we must obviously remember that this is Dr. Damage's show and everybody has their camera off. And for me, one, that's against policy. And two, once having this kind of communication and turning our cameras off, I wonder how honest we're trying to be. I wonder how coy we have to be in order to turn our cameras off, in order to express ourselves on this level.
Is that a question? Can I ask
No, it's
you?
not. It's an indictment. It's not a question. I'm continuing.
Okay, no. You cannot continue with that tone. That's what I'm trying to
No,
tell you.
no. Honestly, let me have my say now, please.
No, please, no, Jago. Listen. Can you calm down? What I'm trying
I'm
to
very calm.
communicate to.
I'm very calm,
Yes.
madam.
When we started, if you have gone to watch the show when we started, you will
Okay.
understand the reason why the cameras are off.
Tell me, please.
The cameras are off just for our segment. We're not saying when you come back to have your politics tomorrow, you have to turn your camera off. No. For Tope and at that segment, given the topic we're talking about, we want the camera off. And of course, Dr. Damages is aware of it. And he's listening to us as I speak to you. So of course
Okay.
he's okay with it. So thank
Very
you,
good.
sir. Thank you.
Let me continue. Let me land. I still maintain that position. Having said that, um, I don't want to pick on any individual. And I hope that you guys have patience to listen to what I said. It's not necessarily following the flow of the show. Not that I'm not talking about relationships, but I am underlining certain things that I think we all need to look at ourselves about. You see, from listening to Unzika and the following, I was very thankful for Madame Ifi for what she said, because I think she was very accurate and balanced. She wasn't lauding everything upon one sex, that this one sex has the full responsibility of everything to do with things that go on between the sheets, as it were. Now, I know my experiences are quite different from the experiences of those who grew up in Nigeria. You understand? I know they're very, very different. And I do understand many aspects of where you're coming from. But I want to say this firstly. If a woman doesn't know herself, it is very difficult for her to express herself to a man. And that's any woman in the world. And I want to go on to say that women that I've been with that have masturbated as children, those women, they know themselves. So when you come to have sex with those kinds of women, bruh, you are having sex. Women who have not done that for whatever reason, I'm not saying each and every one in every aspect, I'm just generalizing. Women who don't do that and then they come to sleep with a man, that woman has no idea, and she now is learning everything from a man about her sex. And I don't know if women are really looking at their own responsibility in this whole sex matter. This is why I'm not very happy with the way we are speaking about this. I will go on to say, Oyinbo women are very different than African women. Very different. And it seems to me that in this discussion, it is almost entering into the paradigm of what women in the West talk about for sex. And we African women, we Africans are latching onto that as though it's that's the only way it can be. I will move on to say that in relationships, and I said it the last time we spoke, I spoke about love language and I spoke about communication. And that's why I was very happy with what Ify was saying. And I'm not sure if we're listening to that. Again, I'm not sure if we're having this conversation to learn or if we're having a little titillation. I'm not quite sure. Or if it's both, it could be both. And you know, we're all adults, we can speak about these things. But I really want to say that you ladies have not put forward if there is something called the way we relate as Africans. We are speaking as though we are Westerners, and we're not Westerners. We're not. If you go down the Western route, you are going to end up at LGBT station. That's where you're going to end up if you continue speaking from a Western point of view where sex is concerned. But I wonder about the African sexuology. Is there such a thing? Are we looking to promote this? Are we looking to develop it? Are we looking to understand each other at all? Or are we just wanting to do what Western women do, which is point the finger at men and then have a whole paradigm about how men are this or that? You see, I think women have to take a great deal of responsibility and they don't do it. And it's not even apparent to you that you're not taking any responsibility. All you're doing is pointing the finger. And I know that there are going to be men who may be a bit lighter than I am in the way I'm putting this across, but I mean what I'm saying because I'm listening to you guys and I'm thinking, does anyone have confidence of their own? Why is a woman looking for a man's confidence in order to have sex? Where's your confidence? women I sleep with, apart from me arousing them, because I too am aroused, they arouse me through communication. I'm not upset. Please don't get me wrong, but I'm not happy with the way this conversation is being going. I don't like how it's been led, and I don't like the finger pointing. I think it's unfortunate that we, at this stage, okay, you reckon that Nigerian men are not good lovers or not good husbands or not good whatever. You know what? The rest of the world don't agree with you. They do not agree with you. The rest of the world, Nigerian men are on the top of the charts where a great partner is concerned in this planet Earth, not in America alone, or not in Europe, in Asia, in anywhere you can think of. They want Niger man. And it's not because we have money, it's because Nigerian men generally, they have a flair that it seems that our own women aren't appreciating that flair. I'll tell you something real quick. I was in Nigeria 4 years ago, and in chirping one or two women, and when I say chirping, I don't really, you don't have to sleep with every woman, but sometimes it's good to have great conversations with women. But the conversations I was trying to have with women in Nigeria, it boiled down to they didn't want this fabulous conversation in real terms. What they wanted was finance. They wanted to be financed. They didn't want romance. They didn't want love making. They would accept it, they would take it on board, but you have to pay as far as they were concerned. Eh, can you? All I need is 50,000 naira. And that's the kind of communication I was having with plenty of women in Nigeria. You think that they don't have any responsibility? Love making in Nigeria or dealing with women in Nigeria has become so transactional. It's a crying shame. Women in Nigeria, in the main, in the general, do not have respect for themselves. And I don't know where they think that a man is now going to come and have respect. And take the 50 naira and now come and open your pants and let's get on with it. Now, I'm speaking like this because I want us to be mature in the way we communicate. I don't want us to paraphrase what Oyumbos are doing. We have our own. We are ourselves. Let us be ourselves. If you have no communication with your man, I don't know what you're going to get from this show. What you have to do is in your house. If you can't, you don't know how to talk to your man and tell him that, oh boy, this is what I need, or can you do it like this? Or just have a language between yourselves that develops your lovemaking. All the things I've heard. Yeah. Do you go to swingers party? What the hell do you want to do in a swingers party? Look at somebody else's penis. Look at somebody else's vagina. Is that what you want to do? What are you doing? You're wasting your life. You're wasting your life with all that rubbish. I can't believe what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing is just a paraphrase of Oyinbo women 30 years ago. 30 years ago is what I'm hearing. I'm not hearing any diligence from any woman who is on this panel apart from what Ife has said. The rest, I'm listening, I'm trying to find out what are these women looking for? They haven't expressed anything. All they've expressed is that they are completely unsatisfied and unhappy. And if that's the case, it's not, is it this channel that is going to bring you to that point? I'm asking serious questions because I'm wondering if we're having a serious conversation or if we're just trying to titillate. I'll submit there.
Thank you so much, Jago, for your submission. Titi, do you have something to say? I see you back in.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm going to do a bit of pushback here. We're having conversation jargon, and that's what the platform is designed for.
Absolutely.
The same way we talk about politics and other things. I don't think anyone here who needs to be muted, please. Yeah. I don't think anyone here has done finger pointing at anyone, even though Gozika has her own opinion on Nigerian men. And I believe others also have said good things about Nigerian men. There is no difference between the sex in Igbo and the sex in the black man. It's all down to communication or communicating with each other. The topic is dealing with infidelity, and I believe everyone. I take personal to your assertion of what are we doing here? What are we talking about? This and that.
No, I don't mean it. I don't mean, even though I'm coming
May
across
I
a bit.
finish? May I finish, please? May I finish,
Okay,
please?
sure, sure.
It's if you look at the topic is let's have this discussion. You make your point. You make your point. If you feel somebody disagree with the person's point, you disagree with the person's point. I mean, you highlighted if his point, and I think, to me personally, this is let's have this discussion, and I will appreciate
Okay.
if you stay within the remit of the discussion.
I don't mind. I don't, bros.
I
If
would
I may,
greatly appreciate
electricity.
that. Hold on one
Okay.
second, please.
I think this is Javier say. He can say anything he wants. That's his right. It's Javier say.
I think that's correct, Okija. But all I would want to quickly say, or if I may, electricity, please make it a conversation with me. You know, we're not having to really lecture anybody. All I'm really saying is that the maturity of such a communication needs maturity. And what I depict, because I can have a joyful, happy-go-lucky conversation, no problem. But I'm really trying to underline: are we really trying to appreciate the difficulty it is to be a woman and the difficulty it is to be a man? Because I think unless we're coming from this kind of level, I don't think we're communicating to the point of understanding.
Dagon, see, again, I would like to tell you this again. You were not here from the start of the show. You were in the back room, backstage in another platform. So you practically didn't listen to everybody. You listen to few, and you arrive at a conclusion that we are not. We've not arrived at that.
Do you think what I said? Do you think what I said was totally not untoward?
I'm not in a position to tell, but I'm saying that you have your say. But when you start making assertion of we're not reaching that maturity, or we are not, I mean, to me,
Why
I don't
can't I
think
make
that
that assertion? That's what I've heard. You may
okay,
have
it's
heard
your
it differently.
opinion.
And it's my opinion. I said it.
It's your
Everyone else said
opinion.
their opinion. Do you want me to say what I don't mean?
No, that's not the point. You know what you said, so we're gonna leave it at that. Okay, you know what you said, so and we're gonna.
You know what? I wish that you actually took on some of my points rather
Okay,
than tell me how to speak.
Jago, I'm not telling you how to speak. It's not my place to tell you how to speak. But thank you very much for your submission. Adanma, are you the floor back?
Thank you so much. I think the next person is going to be Okija. And I want to remind everyone, if you're not speaking, please don't unmute. And this is not an answering or questioning section. So please allow people to have what they have to say. You don't have to agree with it. You don't even have to come to the show. You can stay home and just watch or do something else. So, Mr. Okija, you're next. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to the show. Jagun, I agree with a lot of things you said, and because somehow it seems that this conversation is all over the place, and people, I don't know, because we're supposed to be talking about infidelity, lies, and betrayal. But we are talking about going downtown. We are talking about swing parties. I don't know. I don't know if it's about sexual satisfaction we're talking about, but I don't know. The thing is, the problem we have in the West, and it has also, gone all over Africa and some other culture. like Indians and Japanese and a lot of Asians, they haven't been able to. It hasn't been able to penetrate their culture. But we have all this, white woman's thing. You are trying to, what they are trying to do, like change men overnight, because men, we are what we are over years of, evolution, we become what we are. And all of a sudden, you want to, just, stop men from, men, cheating, they have to stop it, this doesn't make any sense, that's my view. Okay. Men, naturally, like the way we are by evolution, we are hunters, we are gatherers, we are quite different from women. The way men see sex with multiple partners is not the way women see sex with multiple partners. That's, we have to acknowledge that. But I mean, we are trying to rewire men. That's why it is causing a whole lot of problem. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna say this. Some people, you can argue with me. I don't know. I say whatever I want to say. I don't care. I don't care whatever anybody says. Women are born with sexual value. Okay, if a woman is born, she's born with sexual value. I'm not talking about sex, the act of sex. She can give you a child, that's her sexual value. She's a mother, that's her sexual value. But a man has to earn his value. A man has to work hard, to earn, to be recognized. Okay, for instance, right now, if a woman is walking on the street now, you will see about 10 men, maybe 10 men, they'll be whistling or saying things. That's her sexual value. But if a man is walking, 10 women, they're not going to look at him. But if he has a flashy car, they probably look at him. That's he said he has, he has increased his value by, maybe working hard, getting a nice car. That's what we have to recognize. Okay, but we don't think about all those things. Also in psychology, I don't know what they call it, now. But the thing is, women, when a man has sex with multiple partners, it doesn't affect his it doesn't affect the way he feels. It doesn't disturb his equilibrium. The way maybe he's married, it doesn't really affect him and his relationship. But if a woman has a multiple partner, if she has multiple partners, there's some like the hormone build up in her. That's why when we say like women, they are not certified. You find that that in psychology, women that are not certified, they're mostly women that have had multiple partners. That hormone in them, they start comparing. She goes to bed, with this man. Maybe they end up with a husband. She has had sex with about 50 women. 50 men. She started comparing size, whatever. She's not satisfied. She will not be, because there are certain things damaged in her because she has a multiple partner. That's why somehow some people say that's why Bible told you don't have sex at all outside of marriage. Don't have sex until you get married. But when you have you have all these things in you, you start looking, he's not doing it well. I don't know. So that's one of the problems. Okay, we have to talk. So they start pointing fingers, like Jago said. They start complaining about Nigerian men, they were not all of us. But just like Jago said, when the Nigerian man goes to maybe Kenya or Ethiopia, they want him. Because why? Because Nigerian women, listen to this. I want every one of us to, understand this. There is rampant infidelity in Nigeria. Rampant infidelity. It's not only about men. You go to school, you go to universities, okay? And now we understand there are some, lecturers, that harass women and try to, extort sex from them. But there are so many women they are willing to pay just to pass. There are so many women who are willing to pay, so give sex, to get anything they want. We know that Nigeria is a place where people, you have girls that they do runs, okay? They go from one city to another, sleeping with men, and then they pay their parents' school fee, and then they're having multiple partners. When she gets married, what do you expect? When she marries a man who can, who's not like that Abuja man, what do you expect? In Nigeria right now, there's there was this medical doctor, he does tests for people who want to japa. For embassies like Canadian embassy, American embassy, all those things. And he said 25% of tests he performed, 25%, the man is not the father.
Zoe, why are you here? Go upstairs.
He said that the man is not the father, 25%. cases. So how do we get to this? How do we get to this value? Because in Nigeria, what I found out, that's always like blame men. Men are cheaters. Men are cheating because women are cheating in Nigeria. That's the fact. Women are cheating in Nigeria because like if I had someone did the experiment. Not experiment. He did a poll. He asked his his friends, his male friends, and his cousins, people who are close to him now. He asked them this question: people who have dated Nigerian women, said, "Have you dated a Nigerian woman, that didn't have a boyfriend when you met her, or have you dated a woman you didn't take from another Nigerian man?" And the answer, you couldn't believe the answer. Maybe he said about 3 of them, but every other one about when in over 100 cases, the women they had a boyfriend, So we have issues. So when we are having issues of infidelity in Nigeria, it's rampant in Nigeria now. Why do we have this? Because we have lost our value. We are trying. We don't know what we want. As always, we want to put in. We want the man, to be faithful. But why we were not faithful? We want a man that he will be the provider. He will be the sexual partner. He will be everything in one. And men are dying in Nigeria. So some men, they can't take it. They start cheating. They continue to do whatever what Nigerian men do. Cheat. But I mean, cheating or whatever, infidelity, is not something that started. It's been if anyone if you can go to your culture, I'm Igbo. I can look into our culture. I've seen stories that we have been told. We see traces of infidelity happen because in Igbo culture, for instance, now, if a woman cheats.
Could you try to round it up, Mr. Okija, if you don't mind?
Okay, if a married woman cheats, she's gonna present, a goat. The man that the one that she cheated with will give a goat to her husband, and they will settle the case. And it's not that the Igbo culture that women are sexually deprived. In Igbo culture, the way they conduct marriage, before this thing, whatever, what they're doing now. Before the woman, first of all, will go to the husband's house and stay for I think 1 week or so, and they will sleep together, and she will find out where this place, the place is. If she goes back to her father's house, if she doesn't want to go back, she will tell the people she doesn't want to go back. They don't ask about, another man will come and marry her. They won't ask about, virginity. But in Yoruba culture, it's quite different. Like in Yoruba culture, I think the first time, they will sleep, they have to put a cloth, the blood, they will, see the blood or whatever. But that's not, different in Igbo culture. So, all this is, we have to go back. What we want, are we trying to be like, are we trying to force our men to be like, Western people? We try to make them to be like Western people. We're going to be having conflict. You want us to, be this. You want us to be swingers. You want us to be, going to downtown. Come on. It's too much for a lot of men. So I mean that's my view.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your submission. Amen. Could you please unmute your nest, sir?
Oh, thank you very much. Can we just continue with the conversation because I think I will still want to listen now. Sorry.
Say that again.
Can we move on with the conversation? I mean, can we just go to the next person, please, for now? Kind of.
Kenneth, please. I think.
Okay. Thank you.
Kenneth, your next. Thank you.
So I think I will start off with what the last sentence by Madam Luke, that life is too short. Enjoy it when it lasts. He was talking about being spiritual with your partner. And I think some of us might not really understand what she means by being spiritual. My understanding of it is in just talking about religion or sharing the Bibles with your partner. There is a way you can actually have a shared values and beliefs, being in a very open, when I mean very open communication with your partner. That will actually strengthen your spiritual life in the sense that you've already have a shared a kind of laid and shared purpose, right? And you are building and growing together towards that path. If you have that deep connection with your partner, and they also God bless you with sexual, do I use staminas? And I don't think anybody can push you guys around. What I mean by that is, for those that like Nyash, for example, I said in my comment section that Nyash can actually make you to, miss heaven. Some like Nyash, you might go outside and look at Nyash. That doesn't really necessarily mean that you are following the Nyash. You still remember back home that you have your lovely wife waiting for you. So you have that connection already. So you always go back. If in a statement stated that bola na bola, whether it big or small, bola na bola. But I think some women prefer big bola, not just having big bola, but when you have that big bola, do you know how to use it? So these are the things you have to explore, with your partner, try so many things, and know where that angle that, when you hit it and she will get it, I think I will be quoting whatever I'm saying here. So these are the things that you have to explore with your partner in order not to let a third party come in between you, right? I don't think it necessarily require you to go out there like Kija was saying, try all those swing stuff and nonsense. See, I don't want to call it nonsense, but I know I don't think I will leave another man to touch my wife. However, while growing up, yes, while growing up as a young guy, when I came to this country, though back in Nigeria, I've had correct sex, and that was when before then I was seeing Nigerian girls, not seeing Nigerian girls. I was, you know, in Igbo they say if onye na amaro kalenya, when you are limited with knowledge, you think you know it until you get encounter with the superior knowledge. So during my youth service, I had the most, exciting sex of my life. I was like, so really, so this sex is actually sweet like this. And then I came to United States. My first girlfriend being a Nigerian, uh, because I wasn't open to her, and I think that in turn made her not to be open to me as well. But the day I tried Akata, I was like, no, 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 I think this Nigerian one need to go. I started having that thought. But because of the kind of person she is, I had to be open to her. And then I was given the surprise of my life. And life goes on. So what I mean by that is you as a man, you don't wait for her to be open to you. You be the one, you are the hunter, right? Try to let her know that you are ready to explore some things, and you'll be surprised that she's down too. She's ready to go that miles with you. Our men, I would say that we have a problem. Sometimes I say Namumu the warriors. Namumu the warriors in the sense that you have a woman full package in the house. I don't know if you are shy to explore with her, or because of your archaic way of reasoning, or because of your culture or upbringing. I don't even know what the problem is, but you don't want to explore with her, but you are ready to go out there and explore with strangers. At the end of the day, you might contact STIs, come and transfer to her, and then you ruin your lives. So why not try those things with your partner, the one you have at home first? And no, a woman, please, I will beg you guys. If your husband or your partner is trying to explore these things, please do not deny him. Because if you deny him, what you are inviting is another woman giving it to him, because he will go and he may go out there to try it. So you have to, as a wife, fulfilling your responsibility as a wife, if you truly know what the Bible says about being a wife. So you have to explore those things with him. Don't mind some pastors or some prophet that call themselves some prophets say you don't have to do this with your husband, you don't have to do that, or nonsense, talking rubbish. That will not take you to hellfire. Neither will it take you to heaven. God has no business with your marriage. Enjoy your life while you're still alive, such that when you are dying, you will die a happy man or a happy woman. You know, I don't know how this might like. I don't know. Somebody was talking about when you want to get married to your friend. I think most of us here on this platform we are married. But if you're on that class of the people that haven't gotten married, yes, I think that is applicable to you. But if you are married already, you can actually begin to develop that friendship with your partner. If your wife isn't your friend, you can actually befriend her and you become friends. If your husband is not your friend, likewise, you can actually befriend him and you become friends and begin to explore yourselves. Do not be in a haste to go explore out there because you are inviting destruction in your marriage. You can try it with her. Please, the man, do not let her step out there because if all these Akata boys handle her or all these white guys handle her, you are losing your wife. Oh. Likewise, you, the woman, do not allow him to go out there because if all these Oyibo girls or Akata girls handle him, sorry will be your name. You know, personally, I like it black. And what I mean black is African. And I prefer it Nigerian, you know. But I've tried other ones from other countries, like especially Cameroon. Oh God. See, um, some women are very down, like they are very open to enjoy sex. And I think
Can I try
Cameroonian,
to round up so that we can
yes,
go to the last
Cameroonian
one?
are very open to enjoy it. And I've also encountered Nigerian women that are very open to enjoy it. So please try to be open to your wife, explore those things with her, and also the wives explore with your husband. That will help strengthen the marriage or strengthen the relationship or whatever you have in between. Instead of running around contacting STIs and spreading it around you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Forefather, do you want to comment or do you want me to start the next one? There's another thing I wanted to touch on. To Niger.
Is he there?
To Niger, is there anything you have to say regarding this topic?
Thank
I would
you.
like to.
Thank you for having me, Adama. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. And I hold on to Niger. Before you start, I wanted to start another topic so we can pick it up from your side, go all the way down, and we'll call it a
So,
night. This is a different one, but you can include the infidelity in it if you want to. Do you want me to tell you what the next word is?
yeah, you can go ahead and do that.
Okay, now we're going to talk about betrayal because we've talked about infidelities and lie. And the betrayal part, what I want us to touch on that is like. Have you ever been betrayed? And the angle I wanted us to talk about is family betrayal, friends betrayal, siblings betrayal. What I mean by that is a lot of us have had unknown people who send money home for them to do a project for them, and at the end of the day, that project never gets done or was never completed. Or you get to tell us what betrayal means to you, and if you've experienced it, without going into much details, and tell us what that did to you and how you handled it and things like that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Greetings to everyone on the panel, to the chat, and the viewers. Um, in terms of lies, in relationships, or anywhere really, personally, I don't look at the necessary that's the necessary fact of the lying is what it's meant by the lying. And the idea behind it is that you know how parents will tell their children lies and stuff like that about some aspects of life or society. it doesn't mean they mean any harm by it. So you have to read between the lines in terms of what the lies mean. I've seen people that are in relationships where one of them tells a lot of lies, but it doesn't necessarily mean the reasoning for the lying is in a kind of against the relationship, if you know what I mean. Some of them, like yeah, some partners that will go and do stuff in actually in reality to protect the relationship, but involves lying to the actual individual, because the individual may not, the partner may not be ready to accept, or will not be protected based on the lie. I think where that's where betrayal. That's interesting. You put betrayal as next, because betrayal is somewhat different. Betrayal includes lying and all the rest. It includes what is expected of the other party, isn't it? Um, the way I look at it is that for to be betrayed, you have to truly trust the person beyond just words. They betray the spirit of the kind of relationship you've had with them. Just because they lie doesn't mean they betrayed you. It might be to actually make you stronger or support you somehow. So that is where that's the one I know it can be quite bad, can be negative to an individual, and it's subjective too, because sometimes somebody can tell a lie that comes across as betrayal, but when in reality to them they were not looking at doing that. I think I've experienced that. I think it would be crazy for me to think that I've not had that feeling that that person shouldn't have done this, even if they thought they were trying to, they were not seeing it from my point of view. I've had, multiple experiences of that, but I've not necessarily looked at it as a deal breaker. I look at things on an individual basis and on a kind of moment to moment basis. Because if you start taking grudges too far, like if somebody does something wrong, then you probably have a long line of people that you truly um, want to avoid. I look at it from the point of view that if I feel like you are not going to be nice to me, I will just avoid you. Just simple. And if I will avoid you because I know you are going to find a way to start trouble with me, and I don't want trouble. I'm trying to avoid the unnecessary trouble. I will go for the kind of trouble that actually is beneficial. So that is the way I look at it. So I don't necessarily go every day feeling that people are betraying me, but sometimes I do have it where you put you put trust in somebody, and when they betray you, you ask yourself whether it's your fault that you put too much trust in them. And sometimes it can be your fault actually, because what gave you the impression that you should put that much trust in them in the first place. And and then when they betray you, you're like, oh, why you then suddenly they are the bad guys. You created the environment that made them the bad person. So sometimes
No, but Chulaja, can I ask you something? How did you create the environment if you trusted this person enough? Let's say, for instance, I share the personal information with you, and that information was meant to stay between me and you. Then, whenever we have an argument, I'm giving you a hypothetical example. Whenever we have an argument, you use that information I shared with you to cuss, like kind of, you throw it at my face. But when you throw it at my face, you tell me you're giving me an advice.
yeah. Yeah, I can see how that. See, that's the thing. You have to also start from your own aspect of the responsibility. In terms of why did you choose to confide in that person? Has the person given you reason to feel, yeah, to gain your confidence? And
Yes, they do. They do. They gained my confidence. They were real. I feel I could trust them with anything. But
mm,
it took that betrayal to happen for me to realize that I really didn't know this person, because whenever we have an argument, that person uses that information I gave to them. He now
mm,
uses it against me. And
wow,
yes. And he
but
tells me he's advising me.
okay, that's interesting. Because if the person is using that information, that's, I wouldn't say against you. Maybe they are pulling the information out and saying, you know what, this information you gave me indicates that what you are thinking now may be faulty. So is it not worth checking? So, because if you just feel a kind of reflect or reactive. You have a response that said, "Oh, how dare you use this information that you gave me?" It's like somebody telling me that, what? Sometimes I feel like I want to go and shoplift, and then later on an event occurs that involves something getting lost in a shop. Then I will bring it up to them and say, "But I know you told me once that you, you want to shoplift. I hope it didn't happen here." It's not a betrayal, it's like trying to shed light. It's relevant to the issue that is occurring. But if they just bring it out just to knock you down, and I can't picture the case now, but I think I've felt that before, where somebody brings stuff up just to knock you down, just because you gave them that information. That's where I feel that's a kind of betrayal, because they are using the confidence you shared with them to knock you down unfairly too.
Yes, yes,
You see that?
yes, yes.
So, and that is betrayal, because they are using and that's true betrayal, because they're misusing the information you give to them. You see what I mean? So I agree with you on that one, that is not a good thing, and you feel betrayal. And it's very, very important that we learn how to cultivate loyalty. Sometimes to be loyal to people don't understand that it's a choice. It's a choice that you use to create character for yourself. Because if you start coming across as somebody that when you say something, you mean it and you don't shake from it, it's a currency on its own. And we don't seem to value a lot of that, because sometimes some people don't have a penny, but when they give you their word is everything. You will know, okay, that's that person. He said their piece, and you will trust the person no matter what, and they won't break it, because it's a form of currency. And we don't seem to have that culture of building those type of integrity, people with integrity, that when they say a word, and there are women that do that too, like in their cultures, where a woman will say something, if instead of her to back down from what she said, she would rather die. There are cultures like that. And I think there's benefits to us having a level of integrity, because it affects everything else we do, isn't it? In terms of why we are corrupt, why can't trust a politician, and even in your own family members, you can't even trust them. They'll backstab you left and right. And I think you see that a lot in our culture. Now, it's a big problem, actually, because you see people from the UK or from America, they complain that they send so much money home, and their own family member, their parents, turn on them. And so that is a thing that I think is not healthy for society. And we probably need to start running in that. Betrayal aspect is very painful. And when you actually experience it, I have experienced it myself. So the way I look at it is that in the end, I have to hold myself accountable and say, you know what, maybe next time I will do a little bit of, you wait before you start sharing information with somebody that is going to turn it on. You might even use it against you in a very, very, in a far more devastating way than just bringing it up in an argument with you. You see what I mean? So I
Yeah,
don't want
that's
to
what
take
they
more
did with
time.
me. Yeah, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with everything you said. What you said is we don't realize how um how betrayal makes you feel, like you lose your trust. I don't know how to describe it, but have you finished? Let's go to Pastor. He's next.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it makes you. And let me just finish with this on 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
The way it affects you, it goes on to even affect other people, because now you are more guarded too. Before,
Mm-hmm.
so you
I
don't
am
share
so guarded
anymore.
that I can't trust anybody. Then
Exactly.
I have this word around me. Like,
Yeah.
if you could use that against me, thank God I didn't tell you more things, because you would have.
Mm.
Yes.
It's a skill. You have to now start building a skill to filter the people you are going to give, because you can always trust people, no matter how bad they are at being trustworthy. There are certain things you can trust them with. You can even trust them to betray you. That's a form of trust. So you have to start weighing how you trust people with information based on the way their character has appeared. And sometimes you will make mistakes, and also learn to forgive yourself that, okay, yeah, you are human in the end. Not Don't use that necessarily to tarnish everybody else, because eventually everybody will lose out. We're all losing out, because if you don't trust some other person, don't share confidence with other people, we are all poorer for it. Because sometimes when people trust each other, they tend to operate better, at least from what I can gather in other cultures. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Father. I really like your input on that. I'm going to go to Mr. Okeja. You are next. We're trying to call. This is your final, the final submission, and it's going to be on betrayal. And I have a question for you. Have you ever been betrayed or know someone who was, in terms of family, friends, and could you share?
I don't even know why we are talking about this. If you live on this, if you are over, over, I would say, like, if you over 20 years, you've been betrayed. I mean, this is basically, what people experience every day. If we start talking about all the betrayal, we have, some daily, some weekly. I don't think, I mean, just like Bible said, there's no book on earth that will contain it. So basically, you have to, um, it depends, what, which ones, but what I've been able to do in life before, when I started, when I became a teenager, I've been able to kind of somehow protect my heart so that, I thought a lot, like deep thought about life, and I've been able to protect myself. It's not that I expect bad things from people, but I always, have this mechanism whereby, whatever happens, I will try to, minimize the impact it has on me. So it's something, from, your job, your friends, people you've helped, family members, in the relationship. It happens every day. So I don't think, it's still, but, what we have to do, I think, just like I did, just to find, always try to, because some people, they trust people first, and then let the people betray them, and then, they take away their trust. But I think, it's safer to be, don't trust people, or let them earn it. And even at that, sometimes even when people earn your trust, that doesn't mean that they won't betray you, because something else, might come up some other day, and maybe someone paid them. For instance, maybe, you're giving someone maybe $100 every month, and then someone else gives him $200. He's gonna call you, this stupid man, he's giving me $100, So so that's in life, So you, as a human being, I think, we should. Try to expect that, and then so that, and then so that it doesn't hurt us so much when it comes. But it will always be there. That's the way I look at it. It will always come. Yeah. But I mean, the one that pains most, is, like I found out, from experience from other people, the one that happens, with a life partner. Okay, because for instance, for a sibling, probably, you don't have to leave, don't live with the person, or maybe, maybe if she's a she, maybe she will get married. If you're a man, if she get married, move on, live with her husband or whatever, or have her kids or whatever. You can decide not to talk to them. But the life partner and parents, that one, is so terrible. I've had a situation actually. Okay, yeah, I think I have to tell this story. But anyway, I have a friend, and a childhood friend that we grew up. I used to, like, visit their place. Like, I used to hang out. He used to come to my house. I would come to his house. We, like, our parents knew each other and all those, even though we lived far apart. But we went to the same church. So and there was a day his mother died. Actually, his mother died, and he got married. And we still maintain relationship and stuff. And even though you're close, me and the wife, we're close. So his mother died, and he said he wasn't. No, my wife called me one day out of the blue, because my wife, knew he listened to me. So the wife called me, he said he's not going to go into. He said that I'm not going to his mother's burial, that he is not going. I couldn't believe it, because I know the mom, I know the mom, like, this person, I would go to their, he's not at the house, I would go to the house, and they give me food and everything, hang out with the sisters, they're the parents. So I, like, like, you can't, I was like, I come to your house. Is he home? She said, yeah. So I went to his house. I was angry, was screaming at him, like, what, gotta do this, gotta do this. It was like, just, calm down, calm down, calm down. And I was, okay, calm down. Okay, what, he said, okay, let's talk. We went over, and he started talking to me. And after like, with 2 hours, we're talking. I was like, God, I don't know, because I started to see a lot of things, like I used to, like see in him, because when I grew up, went to university, I started learning about psychology and, like things, it does to people. So I started observing something. So maybe these things, they've been disturbing him all his life. And, I was seeing all these things. So, but, eventually what I said to him, I don't blame you if you don't want to go to your mother's burial. I said, I'm not going to blame you. But if you want to go, you can go. But I will encourage you to go. But if you don't want to go, I will understand. So, the betrayal, he suffered from the mom, and then from what, like it disturbed him for over many years. He made he got into his relationship unstable, in marriage and friendship. And but because he was my shadow friend, I knew how to handle him, but he was having problem with people, just because of the betrayal he saw, that the mother gave, to him and to his family. And so yeah, it has a serious impact on people if you don't know how to handle it. So I hope like we have to find a way to let these things, with what other people, what they've done, to affect us. And because some people, for him, it led him, that he was in the relationship, he was not trusted in the relationship, and like uh, romantic relationship, he was having problems because of what he experienced, what he felt, his mother did, to his father and to him. So yeah,
Thank you.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Thank you so much. Who is next to Okija? I can't see. Is it Amen? Amen, are you next to Okija? Um, Electricity. I can't see the names, so I don't know who I'm talking. Yeah, is it Amen? Mazi Prince. Sorry about that, Mazi Prince. You're next. We are our final submission on betrayal. Mazi Prince. Sorry
Oh,
about that, Mazi Prince.
well,
Yeah.
when it comes to betrayal, I would say two kinds. The two kinds in the sense that I got betrayed. That was, I think, early in life. I mean, that was when I was freshly out of high school. You know, um, there was this particular girl who the 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 brothers' wives trusted me. I don't know, for some reason they just linked us together, and pretty much I was looking at it as kind of like taking things in a very, very slow, uh, slow method, or slow, way. And later on, I got betrayed because I didn't know that even at that time that she was wanting us to do, go too far, do some stuff. But I wasn't into that. I was kind of like respecting the fact that, you know, that we got introduced by the brothers' wives. Later on, I found out that she started dating a guy who she actually said that they had nothing. But I found out later on that, that they were dating. Um, I felt so bad because the day I found out was the day I was gonna introduce her to to a big sister of mine. That I found out that she was actually dating the guy, because it was kind of like, in Catholic Church they have this stuff that they call bazaar. You know, so her attention was divided in between me and the guy, and it's kind of like at some point I couldn't take it anymore. I just had to leave. I felt bad, but I kind of sucked it up, and I moved on. Only for me to find out later on that the same guy she cheated on me with, or she betrayed me with, caught her with some other guy, and it wasn't pretty because she was beating black and blue. You know, was I happy that she was beaten? No, I wasn't happy. But at the same time, it's kind of like a karma. It's a way karma takes care of things. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Another
Okay.
betrayal is by a family member who we entrusted to help us with a building project. This guy, with all the trust and everything, ended up embezzling about 40 million. And today, it's all about, people all in the family, all about, oh, it's a family thing, please. You forget about it. Let it go. Is he better today? He's not. But it's kind of like, you know, kind of like, how would I put it? It's kind of like put a tint on my relationship with him. I don't even want to talk to him and I don't want to see him. That's all I can say for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, sorry, Adama. There's one thing, he said something of people are saying forgive. That's one of the things in our culture, African black people, we tend to forgive easily. Forgive, and things keep happening to us. I hope one day we'll talk about forgiveness, but because
No, when you're
yeah,
saying forgive, are you saying when they use the word ozole, half a
yeah,
pardon, half a
yeah,
pardon?
yeah, one on one, no family member, all this. We tend to do
Yes,
that a lot,
I agree.
yeah.
Mute, Mr. Kandu.
Adama, you're on mute.
Mr. Kandu, you're next.
Okay. Yeah, good
Yeah,
evening.
we're talking about betrayal of trust.
Yeah, good evening. Again, ladies, good one. It's brought people from all over the place. Even Madam Comfort over there in Nigeria woke up for this one. Um,
Thank you.
yeah, this is a very interesting situation. On a personal note, I was married to someone that after a while, after many years, they came to the realization that they were a Mormon. They used to be a Mormon before I knew them, but then they were not murmuring anymore when I met them, drinking and partying and all that. And then one day they just decided, hey, they're becoming a Mormon again. And they even took me to the Mormon temple. And the Oga Pata over there told me that the only way she will go to heaven is that her husband has to be a Mormon. I said, wow. Because even this Jesus one where they do without the Mormon parts, now only God they help me, you know. And because of that, they actually left and went to be with someone. Before divorce and all of that, they went to actually be with somebody from their church. And I found out about this from other people. And went through the divorce and all that. Back, 6 months divorce. And they ended up marrying that person. And I left them, I went my own way. And just a couple of years ago, they found me on Facebook, and I don't really go on Facebook, but I was getting all this message that this person is looking for you. I was like, looking for me. In any event, um, I later on, I waited like 2 months before I even reached out to them. And then they were like, oh, I've been looking for you all these years. I didn't know where you were. I said, you looking for me? You know what happened? They said, oh, and they told me the story that the guy actually passed away after a year after they got married. And needless to say, they would like to come back, but that's not possible. I can't take you back. Um, Me personally, I cannot, in a relationship, I cannot be with someone that I cannot trust. If I can trust you, like if I can go to sleep next to you, close my eyes in semi consciousness, I have to be able to trust you with any and everything else because I'm trusting you with my life, the very being of me. is entrusted to being next to you. If somehow, I mean, I think I have a lot of discernment. I think God gave me a lot of discernment to be able. I can talk to you for 15 minutes and I have an idea of who you are as a human being. I don't need to. I don't need 3 years to know the core of what and who you are. All it takes is 15 minutes. People talk. All you just have to do is just listen and say, "Wow, uh huh, is that so?" They will tell you their whole story. They will tell you. You see, when I talk to people, it's not even what they tell me about themselves, but they tell me about situation with other people. How you dealt with that waiter at the restaurant. How you dealt with that other employee at your job. That's what tells me who you are, how you deal with people. So again, I don't. I mean, I know people that will be like, "Oh, I don't want my wife to know I have this," and I'm like, "What's wrong with you? What if you passed away tomorrow? Your wife doesn't know the assets that you have? I mean, how dumb does that sound? I don't get it. I mean, I understand people can be evil. I'm not trying to be married or be in a relationship with a 2 point whatever or 3 point whatever adult female. I just need one that I can trust. And if you kill me, just make sure you don't ever die. Because you're only here for a short time. Even if you live to be 130 years old, you're going to go eventually. So I cannot have a relationship, even people that I deal with, I have to be able to trust you. If I can't trust you, I can't deal with you. It's a waste of my time and energy. So, like I said, on a personal note, I've had the personal betrayal before, and I've betrayed people when I was dating. Say I wasn't, they're the only one I'm dating while I was seeing other people. So it's not a one-way thing, but especially in a marriage, in a relationship, if I can't trust you, I trust you with my very life when I lay down next to you and go to sleep. So what is stuff?
Yeah.
Adama, we can't hear
I
you.
didn't hear you, Miss Adama. I don't know if
Oh,
it's.
okay. I'm sorry. I
Oh,
said, I said thank you. I
okay. Yeah,
appreciate everything you said,
you're welcome.
sharing your personal experience with us. I really appreciate it. Thank you,
Absolutely.
sir. I,
Absolutely.
I'm going to go to Jagun. Jagun, you're next. Could you please unmute? Thank you. Jagun.
Hello, I'm here.
Okay, I say you're next. You can go ahead. We're talking
Thank
about
you.
yeah, betrayal.
Yes,
Betrayal of trust.
a deep subject. I'm not sure how it links to the other, but I have heard certain comments that, again, I'm not quite sure about. Um,
Oh my God.
Betrayal is a deep thing, horrible thing, and sometimes, when we speak about these subjects, we have to ask ourselves if we have done that betrayal. Again, it's very easy to feel betrayed and to again point the finger, but we have to really put ourselves in a position. Have you done that? I don't think anyone really likes the position of pointing at themselves. Everyone likes pointing at everybody else. And, you know, I do it. And when I say I do it, I mean I point also. However, I like to look in the mirror. I like looking in the mirror and see what is my conduct in whatever relationship. I mean, when we're talking about betrayal, we're not simply talking about men and women. You put it to family, you put it to friends, and I know how I betrayed people. Sometimes not even in action, but sometimes in thought. When I've either tried to get one over somebody else and I've had to caution myself, or when I have stepped over the line with somebody else's trust and I've had to apologize. And I always worry about us as African people. We don't really like taking responsibility. We like blame only, as though we are free from guilt. And it's another thing I just don't like. I don't like it. Since I've been listening, nobody has spoken about their own guilt in this betrayal matter. Everybody's talking about, oh, yes, this happened and that happened. Listen, I know that a lot of my communication on this platform, whether it's here or whatever, I know a lot of people don't like what I have to say. But me, I just try to keep it honest. And I know that our people, again, we don't like honesty. We don't like it. We detest honesty. We just want to somehow mark ourselves as guilt-free. And I find it incredibly, I don't know. But it just lets me know where we are within our spirit. It lets me know where we are within our outlook.
Mr. Jagun, did you hear me say that I have done the same to other people before?
I beg your pardon, brother. I beg your pardon. I trust you, my brother. I beg your pardon if you said it. I was upstairs doing some washing. I do beg your pardon. I heard the first 3 submissions, and I know someone like you. You are a balanced individual, and I'm not saying that anybody else isn't. I know the kind of submission that you can make, so I don't even have to hear it. I know that if you have spoken before, which I didn't hear at all, I'm sure you would have been honest. All I'm saying is that this thing called betrayal, this thing called what did we speak about before, when we go outside of our relationship, this thing called sexual language imbalance. I don't believe that we take enough responsibility upon ourselves, which is why we find ourselves in horror with our partner or whatever. I don't believe in being dishonest. And when I am dishonest, I feel emotional and spiritual regret. And with that, I need to come to a balance by where I open up. Now, the betrayals that have happened to me, I've brought somebody into a company that I organized, that I funded, that I had all the contacts, and I gave him a great percentage of the company. When he saw all what I was doing was real, he now wanted a 50-50% split. I saw that as a deep betrayal. Deep. During this COVID period, we had different points of view as to what this all meant. And again, because I'm a man that does research and I look into things, I don't just take things off the cuff. And I've been doing that, I don't know, since teenager. So by the time I come and let people know that this COVID thing now spurious thing, we all have to be careful. Yes, people are dying. However, there is something called I forgot the term now. When you are able to assume an illness and then you have the antibodies of that illness naturally so that you can protect yourself. When I put this forward within my family, which is where I was most conscious that we should be careful during this time, it was my own brother that told my mum, who was not going to take anything called vaccine, that she should take it for X, Y, and Z reason. I saw that as a betrayal. I saw that because largely it came from his wife and not from him. And I felt, did you grow up in this family or did you grow up in the other family? That you don't know what you're saying. These are deep betrayals that happened to me. And as I said, as a man of consciousness, I look in the mirror every day, and I mean that not necessarily in the vanity terms, in order to check myself. And I don't know if enough of us do that. When I listen to people's comments and commentary, I can see who checks themselves and who does not. It's easy to see. And just in the question alone, and with some of the answers I've heard, I'm feeling, man, people like to separate themselves from their own guilt. And for me, if we as Nigerians keep this rubbish attitude up, we might as well say goodbye to our culture. We may as well say goodbye to our country, because these are the fundamental things that allow mend, that allow things to be built or rebuilt, that allow things to enter into this great future ahead of us. And I'm so disappointed in a lot of our utterances, especially in this program today. You know, for the little bits I heard, the ones I listened to, I'm thinking, look, are we serious? Are we really serious? You know, electricity will come on board and start defending the indefensible, which it always does. It doesn't tackle any real subjects, but he will come and try and tell you, oh, you're speaking out of tune. Oh, maybe you didn't understand. My friend, all of the way we pronounce ourselves, we cheat each other. We cheat each other. You know, if my friend cannot tell me where I'm wrong, he's not a friend. He's not a friend. The friends I grew up with, we've had hard talks, hard discussions. We don't play. We don't play when we're communicating. Because you see, I feel also that the word love, Love, I don't believe people really understand what it is or what it means.
Could you
I
start
feel,
rounding up, Mr. Jago, please?
yes, I will indeed. Yes, I will. Thank you for interrupting. What I would say is that a lot of the way we look at this life is because we don't look at ourselves. And this word love, as I was going to conclude before thoughts were put out of my head, this word love, it is a serious thing. It is given to us, this word love, and we're supposed to share it amongst ourselves. But when we hear each other, it's clear that we don't do it. We don't do that. We don't practice love. We practice self adoration. That's what we practice. Generally, we don't practice love. I would end on this. There is a difference if we don't understand, because I've again heard comments that I'm thinking, what the hell is that? There is a difference between a man and a woman. This thing that we've bought into called equality is a very vicious thing. We don't really understand what we're talking about most of the time when we enter into this realm of equality. You see, a man and a woman are equal before God. That's where the equality is. But if we don't appreciate that a man and a woman are sparsely different, then I don't believe that we're living real lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate your summation. I'm going to go to Mr. If Not Now. If not now, can you please unmute? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, my sister.
You're welcome. We're
Good.
talking about betrayal of trust. So, what do you have to weigh in on that? And this is our final summation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. At forefathers, good evening, sir. Or good morning. At the salute. Yeah,
Greetings.
the general. It's an important topic, and I seem to ally myself a little bit to the last speaker, my friend and brother Jagu. I think it's a common phenomenon, and it's part of what makes us human beings. And let nobody speak of it as if he's only a victim of it. You know, we are uh, all of us betray people, and people betray us. That's what makes us human beings. You understand? Um, Sometimes what we call in Nigeria or in the world, sometimes what we call betrayal may not actually qualify as betrayal. You know, in the sense that um, our people has this proverb. They say when a little child begin to fend for himself, look for a way to improve himself, You know, the society will tag him a bad child. You know, what do I mean by that? You may also see some people that employed, that own small businesses, employed somebody and be paying the person like a slave labor wage. And when that person decides to leave and go look for better life, they also call it betrayal. You understand? You so many instances of it. So some of those things may not necessarily qualify as betrayal. And most times when we emphasize on it so much, it reduces from the fact that it's not like every of your loved ones or everybody that you trust have betrayed you. The question I do ask people sometimes, why would you, those that always say that so many people betray them all the time, what gave rise to a situation where you make yourself so vulnerable for Mr. A to always betray you, Mr. B will betray you, Mr. C will betray you? It means that you're actually the problem. We as human beings should learn how to, deal with fellow human beings and also understand how to manage expectations, you know. And that is why you don't go all in at once to give somebody that kind of trust that will make them to betray you. And there are still good fellows out there. From my own personal experience, it's only that you have to choose who you trust. Choose who you trust. I've, it's been a long while I went to Nigeria last. And when I handled a very big project that I handled in Nigeria, I chose somebody that helped me deliver the project. I didn't step my foot, not even once. From the beginning to the end, it was somebody. I have brothers, like direct siblings. I have many cousins. I have many nieces. There was one of my cousins that I chose. It wasn't out of sentiment. There were other people, if it's based on sentiment, that would have been the ones that I will entrust it in their hands. But I have to, you know, weigh the situation. You have to be reasonable and logical in people you hand over trust to. And lastly, people should also always have a plan B of recovery. How do you recover when people have betrayed you? You know, expect that that betrayal may come and always have a contingency plan on how to fall back and what to fall back to. You know, again, um, I think we should also understand that there should always be room for forgiveness, even after those betrayals. You know, so that is the last note I want to stop on.
Thank you so much, sir. I really appreciate you. Can you please unmute your nest? Final submission.
About betrayal, I'm one that believe that you don't necessarily have to be out there looking for who has betrayed you or who has wronged you one way or the other. I believe that you should first and foremost trust in yourself, be honest to yourself, and um, like reevaluate yourself. Am I a betray? Like ask yourself some questions. If you are one that can betray the other, so if you find yourself not on any of these table, honestly, I don't think you have to be looking for whom to, who betrayed you or who doesn't. Just learn how to manage people. Just learn how to um uh, just like the last speaker said, learn how to live with people. Uh, just staying out from, staying away from uh, that position of being betrayed. Learn how to do that. Learn how to control people. I think you'll be happy with yourself. Not necessarily every day this person betray you or this person doesn't betray you. You may be at the end of the day be sounding like you are really the betrayal yourself. So honestly, in life, one way or the other, you've wronged someone, and you've wronged. So you just learn how to be in charge of your life. Do not allow anybody to rent a room inside your head or your heart and then begin to put you into that emotional um, situation. Don't allow anybody to put you in that position. Just be in charge of your life. To me, personally, moving forward, nobody betrays me. I don't betray anybody. Your life, I know that you're this kind of person. You're out of my sight. I won't even give you the chance to betray me in the first place. This is my position on this.
Thank you so much, Ekene. I'm going to speak, then I'll allow Tope, then we'll close. Electricity will take it over. I appreciate you all inputs on this and on this segment. Thank you guys for coming. My final submission is going to be: let's learn to be human first, and let's learn to have empathy for one another, and be kind to people. You don't know what they're going through. Be kind to people. We need to watch how we talk to people. Whoever you come in contact with, please try to put a smile on their face. And let's learn to be human first. Thank you. I appreciate you, girl. Tope, you're next.
I want to use this time to thank every single person for staying awake to join us in this conversation today. I want to support what Mr. Steph had mentioned earlier on about forgiveness and your backup plan when you go through infidelity or betrayal. Forgiveness is hard for us to actually forgive, but I believe Tia is human, and the healing process will also be the next step when you're trying to forgive. Therapy may work for some people. Talking to family members, friends who've experienced betrayal or infidelity in the past may also be a healing process for everyone. And as Adanma also mentioned, I just feel we should be human, think about other people, and be respectful at all times and love one another. Life is too short. Thank you all.
Electricity, you have the final submission.
Yeah, thank you. I think we have 30 more minutes, so my final submission will take half an hour, as I've not spoken all day. But before I say anything, I would like to personally thank everyone on the panel and the comment section, those who have done super chat. Igbo Basic, thank you very much. Madam Luke, thank you for your super chat and for coming on the platform and giving us your argument. Our own Tope also, thank you very much. And one man went to more. Thank you very much. I acknowledge everyone. Jagun, I acknowledge what you said about me. I wish you all the best as we bring this live stream to an end. Have a lovely night, everyone. God bless you.